All right, guys. Greetings and welcome to Conflict Radio. Today is April 28th, 2024, and we've been trying to figure out a way to do a best of season one. And I think I figured it out this time, so we're going to go ahead and run with it. So, just to get everybody caught up, if you haven't been paying attention, season two is going to be starting on May 2nd at 7:30 Eastern Time, and we're going to have guest Shipwreck from the platform X, formerly Twitter. So if you don't know who that is, go over to X and search for Shipwreck, and you know check her out. She's awesome. Real excited to have her coming on. We got some great guests set up. We're going to be going live on Thursday, May 2nd at 7:30 Eastern Time for the premiere of season two. Right now, we're just going to delve into some of season one, and we're going to listen to some of my favorite episodes. And I hope you enjoy them. Or if you don't want to listen to old episodes, then don't listen. Just come back on May 2nd and check out what's going on May 2nd. So until May 2nd, we're going to be doing this. So we're going to do 3 episodes on this one. And we're going to start with episode 9. We're going to start from the beginning and work our way closer and closer and closer. We're going to do 3 episodes. We're going to start with episode 9 with guest Cynthia Sue Larson. And yes, guys, I'm going to shut up and let this play here. You're listening to Conflict Radio on the Conflict Radio Network. Greetings and welcome to Conflict Radio. Today is July 6, 2020. I hope everybody had a great 4th of July weekend. That's in the United States. If you're not in the United States, I hope you had a great weekend. Today, our guest is Cynthia Sue Larson. She is a best-selling author of several books, including Quantum Jumps, Reality Shifts, and High Energy Money. She helps people live more miraculous lives by accessing worlds of possibility. Cynthia has a degree in physics from UC Berkeley, an MBA degree, a Doctor of Divinity, and a second-degree black belt. Cynthia is the founder of Reality Shifters and is president of the International Mandela Effect Conference. Cynthia hosts Living the Quantum Dream on the Dream Visions 7 radio network and has been featured in numerous shows, including Gaia, the History Channel, Coast to Coast AM, and BBC. Cynthia reminds us to ask in every situation, how good can it get? And you can subscribe to her free monthly e-zine at realityshifters.com. You can also search Cynthia Sue Larson on YouTube and get her YouTube channel. I recommend going over there and subscribing. We're probably going to have a really good conversation because I have a lot of questions to ask her about the Mandela effect and quantum jumping. It's a new term to me, quantum jumping. I'd actually not heard of this until recently. And we're going to talk to her about some experiences that I have had personally with that. So we're going to bring her on in just a second. Just wanted to remind you that you can find us, Conflict Radio, on all the major podcatchers, Apple iTunes, YouTube, the Conflict Radio Network. Be sure to subscribe to us over there if you haven't already. Anyway, we're going to go ahead and get right to it. We'll be right back right after this. Welcome back to Conflict Radio. We're with Cynthia Sue Larson. Cynthia, how are you doing today?
Awesome. So glad to be with you today, Conflict.
We are very excited to have you on. I've got some real personal and interesting questions for you that I think the audience is going to love. But I want to get right into what your specialty is. It's the Mandela effect, right?
That's right. Although when I got interested in this topic in the late 1990s, it didn't have that name just yet.
What was it called? What was it called then?
It didn't have a name that I could find at all, actually. I was witnessing just really strange, obvious changes to history and reality. At least that's that was the appearance of the phenomenon. And I thought, I was, this is in the early days of the internet. I was actually hooked up to a computer that was connected to the system at UC Berkeley. So it was part of the ARPANET in the early days. And people have no idea what that was like unless they were there. It was weird. So like trying to surf the net was nothing like it is now. I mean, not at all. But I did the best I could to see, with the research available at UC Berkeley and everything that was available, is there anything to describe what I'm witnessing, where things are changing, they're appearing, disappearing, transforming, and changes in time, all that stuff. And so I just thought, well, these are like reality shifts. That's what I would call it. So I started a website first with the third age community, and I just called it Reality Shifters. And then once I started doing radio interviews in the late 1990s, one of the broadcast people suggested that I really needed to get something like some name for this and a website. So I just called it Reality Shifters, because to me it was obvious that we're all, even if people don't think they're experiencing this, I believe we actually are all experiencing this. And what it looks and feels a lot like is that reality is shifting. But personally, I think there's something else going on bigger than that.
So what exactly is the Mandela effect, and why are people so fascinated by it?
That's a great question. It's come into people's awareness recently, thanks to the media, TV, newspaper articles, and a lot of people have seen stories about the Berenstain Bears, for example, with it's a commonly known name for a children's book series, and it's so multi-generational that people that grew up with those books are now parents themselves, and they're reading these books to their children. And a lot of people remember that the books used to be spelled differently, that they were Berenstein or Berenstein, but now there's no confusion at all, because it's not either of those spellings with EIN. It's just Berenstain. So the Mandela effect, that's one example. There are lots of examples of things that just seem like they've always been a certain way, but it's not what we remember. And collectively, people are remembering that there's just something really different, whether it's the logo of, like, Volkswagen now has a little line separating between the V and the W that you'll see on the corporate identity on the vehicle. So it's on all the logos, and it's not a change in the logo. That little line has always been there, but many people, like even I don't remember that line was always there. It used to be the V and the W would all just be one big set of lines, like the V and the W, just like sort of like X's, like there's a big X in the middle. That's what it used to look like. And now it's not like that. So it's the Mandela effect. I'm giving examples because that's usually the way people bumble into this subject. They just feel like, well, wait a minute, something's different. It might come up by a friend asking if they've experienced it. Pretty much everybody under the age of 25 has definitely experienced this or knows what it is. They've recognized that characters like Pikachu, who was just that little cartoon character, and he was, the guy to catch 'em all. That guy, he used to, it's a Pokemon, but he used to have black on his tail, or people remember that, and now he looks different. So it's just all kinds of things. Pretty much anything at all is susceptible to having always been some way very different than what we remember. And that is the Mandela effect.
Now, what do you think is actually going on? Why are we experiencing these changes?
Well, that's a big subject, and I just do my best to take a shot at what's happening and why we're experiencing it. That's a long-winded way to say that I can't say for sure, because I can't tell you that we absolutely know for sure what's going on. But what seems to make sense to me, because I do have an undergraduate degree in physics from UC Berkeley, and so when I see these changes, I can't help but notice that pretty much everything we're witnessing is what you might call a macroscopic or large-scale example of what we know is happening on the quantum scale. So you could call it the Mandela effect. You could call it the quantum effect also, and just say, well, is it possible that we might literally see a different reality. Because in quantum physics, we know for sure that history, quantum physics forbids a single history. That's what Stephen Hawking pointed out. And he's right. In quantum physics, there are multiple possible histories, and they're all equally possibly true. We also know that the future changes the present and changes the past. That's part of quantum physics. So we would expect to see the kind of phenomenon that we are seeing, but only if it's possible that these phenomenon could happen on this large scale. And we wouldn't see it all the time, but we would expect to see it sometimes. And that is what we're seeing. So to me, it's a good fit, but it doesn't explain why certain things would change in particular, or why some people feel like they see them and others don't. Or as far as why does it seem like it's happening much more now, that I would say is possibly just the benefits that we're getting of our improved relationship with technology, like the internet, being able to connect with people around the world. So lots of people could share their experience that they remember. For example, Santa Claus had a workshop at the North Pole. There really was a continent of Arctica. There was a North Pole. There was snow there. It was a continent. People would remember that. Now there's, and so you can find other people that say, yeah, I remember that. Now, of course, there's just ocean and water up there at the North Pole. No place for Santa's workshop, really. If there was, I mean, it's fictitious, but it's kind of weird. So things like that. On the internet now, you can find other people to say, that's weird. I remember that too. Whereas if you were to ask just before the internet and you just mentioned to random friends and family, chances are most people would look at you like you're nuts. Like, let's look up what it is. And then they would just tell you things are what they are. Like, okay, you remember Thanksgiving is the third Thursday in November. That's what I remember. And now apparently it never has been, or maybe it briefly was. But I remember growing up in the 60s and 70s and 80s, Thanksgiving was always the third Thursday. A lot of people do remember that. And the reason we're able to talk about it and the Mandela effect is gaining steam and interest is precisely because of social media like Facebook, Reddit, YouTube, and the internet, that people can start sharing these experiences.
Now, a lot of this, I guess, if I have listeners that used to listen to the old Art Bell show, would know you got to talk to Art Bell, and
Yes.
it was a great show. I remember listening to it. In fact, I just listened to it again the other day. Basically, where I'm going with this is that he announced on air in the 80s that Mandela had died when in fact he wasn't, and it sent pretty much the internet or I guess it wasn't the internet, but it sent everybody into a frenzy because he wasn't dead.
Right.
So that's I guess that would be a pretty good example of what's going on now. If it's multi-dimensional, how many different dimensions do you think that there could be? Is it infinite?
Well, when you go to physics, then it looks like we need at least 10 for a minimum of 10 for physics as we know it to neatly bundle up into a beautiful theory of everything package, so that we've got unity between quantum physics and relativistic physics of the huge, the large astronomical scale physics. So at least 10 dimensions seem like they're required. And that's, there's a lot of esoteric different traditions that will talk about different levels of dimensional consciousness, of dimensional reality. So I don't know exactly what that number is. I don't think anybody knows exactly, but there are some interesting systems that go through different numbers of dimensions. And in my book, Reality Shifts, when consciousness changes the physical world, I describe 10 different dimensions and what it would feel like to experience consciousness at those 10 levels. And it's very similar to what the consciousness author and expert Ken Wilber has also described in his books, like A Brief History of Everything. So it's very, very similar kind of an outlook with just going through just 10 simple levels. But I think it's quite possible there are many more than 10. I think that's just a good starting point, so we can kind of get our human consciousness aware that we're playing with a universe that's much more multidimensional than people realize. And for people that don't know what we're talking about, one way to think about the dimensions is to look at what the configuration of a one-dimensional world would look like compared to a two-dimensional or a three-dimensional. So one dimension would just be like a point that has no measurements at all. It's just like a little point. It's just like when you learn geometry in school and you might touch your pen or pencil to the paper and make a dot. That's the point that we're talking about. So it's just very simple. When you go to two dimensions, you can create something that's got a line. So then it's like a ray of light. It's like a photon. And so, in fact, that's what these are like to me. I think a point is like a photon, sort of, and when it's just a dot. And then the line would be the path that an object might take in a straight line. When you, that's one dimension, is just going in one line. So it's, but then when you get to, so I should start over again. I think I incorrectly identified the point. The point would be like 0 dimensions. The line is 1 dimension. When you go to the plane, that's 2 dimensions. It's like an X, Y axis. So you can kind of tell what you've got by, we're familiar with X, Y, Z axes for 3-dimensional space. And we know what you, like if you mail a package, you measure its width, its height, and its length. Or if you're fitting some furniture in your space, you need to know those 3 measurements. That's what we're talking about. But in flatland, that would be just the X and the Y axis. That's like a flat piece of paper. And so the dimensional awareness is really interesting because it shows that we are 3-dimensional beings. So it's easy for us to look at this imaginary flatland where we can imagine people are living on a flat piece of paper. We can use a piece of paper and imagine like that's their entire world. It's very flat. And for them, it could seem mysterious if a 3-dimensional object were to go through their little flat world. Anything would look strange, like whether it's a Coca-Cola bottle or a rose or pencil or what have you. Anything that moves through could start mysteriously changing shapes on that piece of paper. So as a Coca-Cola bottle goes through, it would either look like a circle or an oval, depending on the angle that it's tilted at when it's going through that plane. But as you move it through that flatland plane, the residents of flatland would notice like, whoa, it came out of nowhere. Suddenly we either have this circle or this oval. And now look, it's changing shapes. It's getting much bigger. Now it's getting smaller. Now it's getting bigger. And then it vanishes as the Coca-Cola bottle goes through the page, the flatland plane of existence. So it's good to look at that because then we can start recognizing what would it look like if higher dimensional objects and events are interacting with us in our 3-dimensional XYZ plane of experience. We also have time. So technically, because we move through an experience of time, you can consider that a 4th dimension. And that's why we have the phrase space-time, which is also worthy of acknowledging.
Well, that's different. That's different than our own time, because time itself is a human construct, isn't it?
Well, time is interesting in itself. You're right, because there is no such thing as objective time. It's very dependent on location and subjective experience. And that's one thing that we found out with relativity is that there really is a difference in the way someone would experience time based on their location. And there's a gravitational effect as well. So when we're on like at the sea level on Earth, you're going to have a different experience of time going slower. It's going to go more slowly. You'll have things are just moving slower than if you're up high on top of Mount Everest, where there's a noticeable difference in time at that elevation. And if you go up higher and leave the surface of the Earth entirely, you start breaking free of this gravitational well that kind of makes space-time kind of heavy and slow right around anything large like the sun or the Earth.
Well, I have a feeling that there's many more than 10 different ones. And let me tell you a story. And this is the reason why I actually got you on the show, because I really wanted to talk about this. In fact, it's the reason why I created my entire podcast to begin with. And I'll explain to you what happened. really quick. I went to bed one night and I thought I was in a dream, but it wasn't. I'm telling you, I don't think this was a dream, and I'll tell you what happened. I got stuck in betweens, I was in between dimensions, and I was going to dimension after dimension after dimension, trying to find the correct one that I was in. And every time I'd go to one, I'd either run into myself or I'd run into somebody that I knew that I knew it wasn't right. And there were a few where I ran into myself, and I was a real jerk. I was like, wow, I'm really a jerk here. I got to get out of here. And then I would go back to what was the in between, and it seemed like I was doing this forever. And I couldn't figure out how to get back to this dimension, the one that where everything was right, that I knew was right. And somebody had come up to me and said, "Look, you're quantum jumping. This is how you get back. And when you get back, come find me. I'm a researcher at Cornell, and talk to me and we'll talk about your experience." And I got back and I woke, and I'd be honest with you, I'd never heard of quantum jumping before. I had no idea what it was. And I woke up and I'm like, quantum jumping, this is what happened. And I wrote down everything that had happened. And then I started researching it. And I never before had put quantum jumping into the same category as the Mandela effect until I ran across your book, Quantum Jumping.
Yes.
And then I started looking into your book and what the Mandela effect was. I obviously had heard of that before. And then I said, well, that makes perfect sense. That's exactly what I was doing. I was literally, but I was stuck. I couldn't find my way back to this one. It's like I was in an in-between. Like, does that make any sense to you at all? Or do you think I was just dreaming?
Yeah, it totally makes sense. And it's amazing because it fits in some of the experiences that people who've had near-death experiences have felt like they're in this beautiful in-between. Is beautiful because they might have been about to die of, for example, cancer that the doctors can't cure. That would be like Anita Moorjani. She wrote a book, Dying to Be Me, and she describes an in-between place. And in her in-between, she didn't have quite, everybody's experience is unique. So it's like, you can't always guarantee that someone would have your experience or Anita's experience. But what I think is fascinating is it's that same sensation of like all these possibilities are equally possible. I also, I described it in my fiction book, Karen Kimball and the Dreamweaver's Web, where a young girl goes into like an in-between and she can see all these realities. So this is a very powerful experience for a human to have. It's an exceptional human experience. And it's transformative. So anyone that goes through an experience where you're in that in-between, whatever the reason, whether it's like a dream like you had, or a near-death experience, or however they may get there, I would posit, and it seems likely true, that in most cases people would come out of it transformed. Like you can't go back to the way life was before, I would imagine. I don't know, but that's what I would guess.
Yeah, it seemed like I was stuck there forever. Like it had to, like years and years and years. I was trying to figure out how to get back to my right dimension, and finally this guy that was there, he told me, he said this is how you get back to yours. And when you do get back, come find me at Cornell. And I'll tell you, I woke right up and I come out to the computer and I searched the crap out of Cornell. I was never been able to find this guy. So if you ever run across anybody at Cornell that's into this, be like, oh, I know somebody who's looking
right
for you.
I'll let you know. Yeah. What's so interesting is I've met my future self, but what happens with these experiences is, I just gave a talk about this very thing at our most recent International Mandela Effect conference. I was talking about the way that possible future selves can interact with our present or past selves. And that I actually have interacted with my future self, I think, on many occasions. But what we often get is it's a different future self than the one we actually end up embodying, because we've already changed our own life that way. It's a very interesting interplay dynamic. So what I'm saying, long story short, we may or may not ever find that particular Cornell researcher. He may or may not remember that ever was the case, but that's irrelevant, because obviously that actually did happen in a reality, and you really did interact with that Cornell researcher, even if, I don't know if you remember his name, but.
No, and he never even told me his name, like at least not that I remember.
Right. And I also know that I've helped people who are stuck in, often I'll be dreaming and I'll just experience someone else in a nightmare loop, like they keep getting killed in like a woman going down into a dark basement where her car is, and the lights come on with motion detection as she goes down the stairs. She uses her remote key to access her car. Just as the door's opening, someone jumps her from behind and strangles her, or something like that. And just the dream, it's a dream, and I'm just helping this person, like, wake up, that's a dream, wake up, you can change this. So it's like it's not even my dream, but I'll be helping someone, like, hey, you don't have to do this. And sometimes when I wake up, I wonder, was that really a dream, or did I actually really help someone in for real? Like, you got a weird feeling about going down these stairs. Why don't you just not go down these stairs right now? Let's just not do this right now. It's sort of like, you've got a bad feeling, let's not do it. And I think it brings up another interesting, well, there's so many interesting aspects to your experience, because what I'm saying is that's real. You know how when you dreamt it, it felt real, right?
Yeah.
Like it was realer than real. Yeah. Because some people listening might not quite I think your audience would grasp that, but anyone coming in off just encountering us for the first time might think we're just talking about some dream. No, when you have a dream like this, number one, you can feel this is realer than real. And when you get that sense, like, wow, this is going on for years, it feels like that's literally true. It's like you're looping. It's like you're just trying everything you can to get out. And I think as humans, in order to evolve, we actually do require a little bit of a crisis like that in order to raise our consciousness to an awareness that we wouldn't have otherwise. So not that it's always necessarily a good thing to go through that kind of trauma. Like it was a difficult experience that you went through, but I think it was really powerful because you were able to, first of all, recognize this doesn't feel right, and you didn't settle for any of the lesser realities. Did you get a sense at some point that if you had settled, you'd be in a weird reality?
There were a few realities that I was actually told, like you need to get out of here. Like I would run into myself, and myself would be like, yeah, you this is mine. You got to go. This is mine. This is
Interesting.
And I ran into myself a few times, and like I said, there were a few where I was a real jerk. I was like, I'm thinking, wow, what a jerk that guy is. Like he was so mean and nasty.
Right. Yeah, I know.
And there were some that everything was wrong. I wasn't in the right place. I wasn't in the right, even in the right timeline sometimes.
Right. And this is the reason I like to call it a quantum effect, or quantum jumps, reality shifts, as well as Mandela effect. These are all connected, as you correctly noticed, because the reality shifts that a lot of people first noticed. I just recently, this last week, found out that there's a term called jot, just one of those things that has been studied by researchers in England and Australia, and it was known as jot or jottles, JOTT, just one of those things. But they were looking at a very tiny little subset of reality shifts that they, although some of them are spectacular, where things would appear, disappear, transform, and transport. And that was pretty much it. Then they would look at things that just come in out of nowhere, and like a travel alarm clock that was completely different, or a letter would arrive that that didn't belong to a person, and it arrived on her lap when she's taking a nap. And these stories would go back to the 1950s. These are, what I love about all this is that they have the Society for Psychical Research, SPR, in England. And this author that I'm describing her book, Jot, that's Mary Rose Barrington. And now she's passed on, but there's a living researcher in Sydney, Australia named Tony Jinks, and he wrote a book, Disappearing Object Phenomenon, the same subset of tedious, very kind of boring personal Mandela effects. But it's very important because these are very bona fide, he's a psychologist, he's a professor at the Western University in Australia, there in Sydney. And what's extraordinary and meaningful is he's finding that people that experience these things absolutely have no difference psychologically than those who say they do not. And this is very profound. It means that experiencers are not spacing out, hallucinating, confabulating, just doing, having confirmation bias, all these things that a lot of psychologists and mainstream media currently is tending to put down Mandela effect experiencers and say, like, well, obviously you're confused, or that was just a dream, or whatever. But I'm bringing up this research because I'm really happy to see it right now, especially here we are in 2020. I think we're hitting a tipping point where more people are experiencing this Mandela effect. So people listening to your experience for the first time, I think, in human history, outside of perhaps shamanic times where people would believe dreams, people can actually listen to what you're saying and think, wow, I think this really did happen to conflict. And this is mind blowing. It's like they're going to believe you. And I'm so glad. I believe you. To me, this really sounds exactly like the kind of experiences that I and thousands of others have had that have been writing to me for over 20 years. So I have the benefit of being the hub of the central, recipient of all these firsthand reports. And I've noticed over the last 20 plus years that, people are starting to come into a comfort zone with this topic, even though it's a mind-blowing topic, really mind-blowing.
So let's just say, for instance, that I was doing that. And, I think I was, but for all the doubters and everybody, let's just say that I was, just for the sake of what the Mandela effect is. That would perfectly explain what the Mandela effect is. Like, let's just say, for instance, I did come back to this one, and I got it so close, except for, the Bernstein Bears. So let's just use that as an example. I got it. It was so close. The only thing's off is that. Now, I was able to do that as one person. The Mandela effect is more like it's a lot of people. So how would a lot of people be able to do that at one time?
Right. This gets into the fact that we're social animals, and it gets into the idea of what is me, what am I, and we assume that we know. The truth is not so not as simple as we might have thought it was. You're not just your body is number one. You're so much more. A lot of people don't realize that we have this sort of an infinite nature to ourselves, that sometimes people actually do remember a moment when they are sure they should or would have died. And the next thing they knew, their big Mandela effect, their personal Mandela effect, reality shift, quantum jump, whatever, is that they're suddenly completely clear of whatever that cause of death would have been in that moment. Either they've teleported through it, or they've quantum tunneled through it. Again, to me, I see these quantum phenomena. It's like, wow. Or they've just jumped to another reality that's adjacent. So what was happening is not happening anymore. So it's kind of like a completely different, it's like a scene splice. Like someone took a movie editing toolkit and just spliced right there, like scene change. So it's and the reason for this that I would say is definitely associated with it. We don't know exactly how the cause, what the cause is exactly, and that's precisely because we don't know who we are. This is really absolutely the core of the issue. When I say I, what do I mean by I? I know that I'm bigger than my body. I also know that I've got, I think with my brain circuitry, the neurons in my brain, but I also have neurons in my heart. Now we're finding that our gut, our stomach, is actually a brain as well. And this really does correlate nicely with the way that a lot of mystery school teachers, shamans of old, Tibetan Buddhist masters, and so forth, have known for centuries, actually thousands of years, that we have consciousness distributed throughout our bodies, but also beyond our bodies. So that means if you're dreaming, for example, you can have a true dream. You can do what shamans do and work with energy in that astral dream realm and make changes there that have physical effects when you wake up again or come out of that trance. So this idea that collectively we're experiencing Mandela effects, but the truth is no two people usually ever agree on all of the Mandela effects. Like some people might agree with the Berenstein Bears one, like, okay, that changed. But then they might say, I personally am not aware of a change in the color of the stoplights. Like some people say it used to be green, yellow, red in the United States on the top, green first, and they remember it was that way. Other people don't. I actually did remember a time when I was confused and that switched, and I was like, when did that happen? But it was before I was really tracking reality shifts and the Mandela effect. I just thought, what the heck? Did they just change all the lights? And then I just kind of what they call took the download. That's a phrase that some of the Mandela effect community use to indicate you kind of know what it's supposed to be. You know what everyone thinks it's always been, even though you remember it differently. So it's fascinating because this idea of what about the collective? What
I
about the
lost you there
individual?
for a little. You're kind of away from the mic, or
Okay.
there we go.
Sorry.
You're back.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So thank you. Yeah, the collective is the part of all of our consciousness working together. So then it's a we. There's like a sense of cosmic connectedness. We have a shared awareness and we have a shared creative quality. Just as those of us who believe in God or a creator, those people would say, like, yes, if you look at the ultimate collective, that would be God. And physicists often need to get into that topic as well when they look at the observer with quantum mechanics, because quantum mechanics seems to absolutely require observation when we look at the wave function collapse and so forth. So the observer plays a pivotal role. And we're noticing with the Mandela effect that communities of people might be establishing sort of a collective consensus reality, which we more or less agree on. But each of us, we can have subgroups of smaller groups of people and then individuals that absolutely have very unique experiences that are quite different than that collective. And this is normal. I think it's the way nature works. I think it's very big. It looks to me like every place, if we take that idea and apply it to, for example, biology, you can see how quantum biology is playing out, which allows for evolutionary leaps where we can't find the missing link between a species. It just suddenly evolved to be perfectly adapted to the new environment. And that happens again and again and again. In fact, that's the norm, is these evolutionary quantum jumps are normal. So I believe we're going to start recognizing that this is a quite natural phenomenon that we're all experiencing. And then going back to your question, individuals sometimes can experience really different realities than what the collective is experiencing. And this is very much part of it. It's normal. It's natural.
Oh, that's really neat. I'm trying to figure out how to phrase this question. Now, let's just say, for instance, we'll go back to my experience. I was trying to get into realities where there was another me there. Now, would I be able to, let's just say, for instance, that there was another me in another reality that was also in the in between with me? Could we then trade out our physical bodies and experience our different dimensions, and then after a week or so switch back?
That's probably entirely possible. As long as they're similar enough, then it won't be too shocking. I think there's a reason that most of us don't experience huge changes like that unless we have what they call multiple personality disorder, which I don't think is a disorder. I talked on this, also was covered in my presentation, which will be on YouTube pretty soon on the YouTube channel International Mandela Effect Conference, because we're now seeing celebrities coming forth and saying the reason that I'm able to be a star businessman and a star athlete, here's my secret. I've been treated by psychologists for multiple personality disorder, but I'm going above the disorder and I'm making the most of it. It's called dissociative identity disorder, multiple personality disorder. And what's interesting about these so-called, I don't want to call it a disorder anymore. Now that I've said that, I'm going to switch out of it.
Yeah,
So,
that's really
okay,
neat.
let's
I never
forget the
even.
disorder.
Yeah.
Well, in the past, we've seen people that claimed that they were afflicted by this. I believe we're now at a golden age of quantum jumping where no longer do we need to call this a disorder, but instead, like the athlete who can become a star businessman and be a multimillionaire and excel at whatever he puts his mind to. Yes, absolutely. The answer to your question is yes, we could do that. And by working with this kind of symphony of selves, that's a new book coming out this year, 2020, by the author Jordan Gruber. And he's working in conjunction with a psychologist. So that book is Your Symphony of Selves. And it really brings back to prominence a theory that is actually quite old. It's not brand new at all. That instead of thinking of ourselves as just one fixed personality, that's not true at all. And it's always been the case that we have had a multitude and access to this. So by giving ourselves, like you are, awareness, hey, I could do this, you're opening the keys to this quantum jumping castle, and that we are each sovereign citizens. We are all from this kingdom of quantum jumping, and this it's really our birthright to do this. I believe in doing it always with the idea in mind for the best for all concerned. And the reason I do that is because there can be a price that we pay if we try to be a zero-sum game winner. I don't believe in a zero-sum game. I think we need to always be cognizant that there are others involved. And just like you noticed, wow, I was a jerk. It's very easy for humans to become jerks and to develop pride and think that you might know, for example, what's best for everyone. That's a very, very dangerous path to go. It's always best to recognize, nope, I pretty much can't know what everyone else wants. I'm going to respect others. And the way I do that, I'm very spiritual, so I would just start each day by saying that I'm living for what's best for all concerned. And I'd like to dedicate my life today to being in service with God. And that sets my pride right aside, right from the start. Because boys, it's amazing how quickly that can cause trouble. I've noticed it, and I think a lot of people have noticed it.
Yeah. Do you think that like our different selves in the different dimensions are of the same soul, or are they of different souls?
That's a really good question. I think they're having different fragmentary experiences. Obviously, like I don't know about you, but if I'm looking at a jerk version of myself, I'd be like, oh my gosh, I don't even want to claim that. I don't know. I had a question for you too, Conflicts, because do you mind if I ask you a question?
No, go ahead.
When you describe this experience, that in between, one thing when I get, because I've been collecting these firsthand reports for decades, what I would ask you is, when did that happen? Like what was going on in the context of your life, if you remember? Maybe your age, generally speaking, but more importantly, what was on your mind? What was in your heart? What was the...
It wasn't that long ago. It was right at the start of our lockdown. It wasn't that long ago at all.
Okay, so it's very recent, 2020.
Yeah, probably February or March of this year.
Okay, okay. And did anything in particular that you're aware of precipitate that? Was there something that occurred or some...
No, that's exactly it. I've been studying. I did have pneumonia real bad and was admitted to the hospital I guess it'll be a year ago, probably in September or October. It was a year ago, just in a few months where it didn't, I was actually, it almost went septic
Right.
and got really bad. And I don't know if maybe that had something to do with it, because I kind of had uh, I guess a spiritual awakening at that
Yes.
point, trying to do more good, trying to be more right, I guess, since then. But I don't know. I think maybe some people are calling this the time of the Great Awakening.
Yes.
And maybe I'm just I tuned into maybe the energy of the earth is kind of
Yes.
changing.
And this was another talk given at the conference that Evan Maitreya, Moneybag 73 on YouTube. He gave a talk talking about this time of Great Awakening, and really just that there is something happening on a cosmic scale. I would say that's also what I'm observing. I think some of us were there early on. I'm sure I even knew I had that very strong feeling in the 1990s when I woke up early that's what I was there to do, was to kind of like be there so that when others started noticing like, whoa, things are strange, I'd be there already. And I'd be able to say, yep, I can validate that for you. Yep, that's true. You're having a real experience. And that was a lot of the value I was providing in the 90s and early 2000s. And then like talking with Art Bell, and so forth. So it helps, because then the people that are waking up now, if you don't have that kind of, if you don't have any basis to establish a new sense of fundamental reality, this can be disorienting, very disturbing even.
Yeah, I've been trying to figure out how I was able to even initiate that to try to do it again. Now that I know how to get back, thanks to the guy at Cornell. But I haven't been able to. I don't know if maybe it. Obviously I was sleeping, but that's more like I was just in a really relaxed state, because you don't have to be sleeping to quantum jump, right?
That's right. It's good to be in a relaxed daydream like state. So kind of like if it's a meditative kind of practice where you can practice when you're falling asleep each night, when you're waking up each morning. Instead of rushing around when you wake up, just stay in that in-between state where on days when you're able to. Sometimes you have to get up and do something. But
Yeah.
if you're able to just maintain that kind of dream, like I'm dreaming, but I'm awake in the dream. And that's the goal, is to become lucid, to kind of experience, for example, that you're dreaming, but you're dreaming. And when you can bring that awareness into your waking life, this is what I describe in my book, Reality Shifts, then you can engage with reality in a very different way. It's very much like you're living a waking dream. It is a spiritual practice, I see, because it requires that you uphold your highest level of ethics. Because, just think about it. If whatever you're thinking about is manifesting, then it's a responsibility, actually. This is no longer the time to be childish and petty in any way. In fact, it's very important to be forgiving, and to, even if you don't understand why something happened or someone did something, just to start off by forgiving. Just know that they're dealing with divine source directly. It's not your job to do that. Let go of it. And that can be really hard, but it's very important, because the thing is, all of these reality shifts that I've noticed are driven by the subconscious. So I'll just give an example. This actually did happen. I was offended by a certain musician who was singing a song, and I thought it was derogatory toward women, and I really didn't like it. It was Mustang Sally is the song, and it was the way he was singing it, and I thought, he doesn't like women. And then I didn't like him, and I knew better. I know, don't think anything bad, don't feel anything bad about anyone, but oops. I was very upset with him, and he developed a case of laryngitis. He totally lost his voice for like weeks. And then I realized, oh gosh, I think I had something to do with this. And I know people might be listening and thinking that's coincidence. Yeah, you could say that. But the thing is, I've seen this just so many times that for me personally, I just took it to be, I need to be forgiving about everything and not judge anyone for anything, no matter what. Because what happens when we develop this gift of quantum jumping is I'll start experiencing these realities. And the best realities that I've found are the ones that are best for everyone concerned. It's really a how good can it get for all of us reality. And that means not knowing, like, I can't speak for you. I need, you have to be able to get the reality that feels right for you. I have to trust the universe and all of the other humans to do their best without judging, getting upset with them as they mess it up. I've messed it up. This is the challenging part of it, really.
Yeah. Are some people more able to do this than others?
Yes, I think. Well, for one thing, like you
why?
said, we're in a
Why
time.
would that be?
What?
And why would that be? Why would it be different for?
Okay, some people, like if you look at the Dalai Lama, and that's a historical tradition of reincarnation. So the new Dalai Lama is selected because they can find the child that remembers the objects and remembers the familiar other Buddhists and so forth. So that idea of reincarnation, that's a good idea. So that's part of this process of why some are really good at it. They've basically been working on it for lifetimes. So it's like choosing through every possible experience of living. Each time you live, you're choosing again. I would like to live in the most enlightened way. So just making that choice for yourself. And as you consistently do that, you actually do gain skill sets that do stay with you. It's pretty much, I think I can't remember where I heard it, but they say whatever you forget is what you get to bring with you. So it's like whatever you remember, no matter what, like even when you're pushed to the limit and you have a tendency to have your buttons pushed and fall back to old patterns. Whatever you fall back to, that's what you bring with you to the next life. So you want your fallback to be your best game. You want to be your most forgiving, your most enlightened, your best. And so those people do have an advantage. The ones that have been doing that, and then they come in. And I've been doing that to some degree. I'm not like the Dalai Lama, but I think in my case, I'm definitely making that choice in that direction. Like I definitely want to be doing that. I think there are a lot of us right now on the planet doing this, and different people are doing different levels of it. So that's one way. Other people that are good at this are people who are raised in a shamanic tradition. They grew up being they were chosen to be the shaman for their village, and then they got the training and the tutelage and so forth. They're going to be good at this. Other ones who are good at this are advanced martial artists who are doing internal ki work, working with the yin and the yang, or and yang energy, and learning to bring that into their body and become one with mind, body, spirit awareness. I do martial arts. I'm aware that there's a connection there, so I love it. So there's a definite advantage if you do Tai Chi, yoga. Those people will have an advantage. Other people that have a definite advantage in this would be lucid dreamers, people that have been exploring how to wake up inside their dreams. There's more groups of people that have an advantage, and that would include people that do lots of meditation, like hours every day. They definitely have an advantage. Also, people that have near-death experiences have an advantage. Also, UFO experiencers, pretty much any experiencer of EHE, exceptional human experience, will definitely have an advantage. You have an advantage because of that exceptional human experience you had earlier this year.
Yeah, I'll tell you, it was it's one of those, you're waking up, but you're waking up and you just know, like, oh, that was not a dream. There's no way that I dreamt that, and I actually doing the research on it and seeing, oh, well, you were quantum jumping, and then researching quantum jumping and reading exactly what it was. It was like, oh my God, that's exactly what I was doing. It's exactly what I was doing.
And that verifies that it wasn't just a dream, because
because I
you're
actually
learning
spoke to
something that
somebody else.
yeah. Yeah, no one told you that. It didn't come in. It's not like you were watching YouTube videos about it. No friends were talking about it. It wasn't on TV.
Yeah, well, that's you always have the skeptic. It's,
I know.
you must have heard it at some point, and it was buried in your subconscious, and blah 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 blah. And I'm thinking, no, I'm pretty good at remembering things. I think I would have remembered hearing about something like that.
Right. Yeah, this subject came up last night on the Rip and Rabbit Hole radio show. It was the Mandela Monthly, and Moneybag 73 that I've spoken of. He was on the show with a scientist, Dr. Elizabeth, and I can't remember her last name, but she's the one that gets quoted all the time. Anytime Mandela effect comes up, and they say, well, it's just confabulation. And so in this particular program, it was a very interesting program. I called into the show because I had just found these researchers that I mentioned earlier, Mary Rose Barrington and Tony Jinks, the professor of psychology in Australia. So that was the reason I phoned in. But I got on the show after their guest had left. And that was Dr. Elizabeth. I'm so sorry, I can't remember her name. Oh, Loftus. That's it. Loftus. So if you see in like any newspaper or magazine article right now where they try to do a balanced job of describing the Mandela effect, 9 times out of 10, it seems lately they're mentioning Dr. Elizabeth Loftus has said that we can see that confirmation bias, there's a psychological factor involved where people will think that they have seen a Mandela effect, but actually they were influenced by something that they've previously seen or heard. So it was really good to have her on the show with Mandela affected people. That was Evan from the Moneybag 73 YouTube channel, speaking with a magician in Las Vegas. That's AJ, and he is the Rip and Rabbit. He runs that radio show. It's quite good. Mm-hmm. So when I loved that, because when you've got a professional magician, which AJ is, talking with a psychology expert, Dr. Loftus, and then she's basically they didn't put her on the spot. They were very respectful. A lot of the people in the YouTube chat were suggesting, ask her this, ask her that, see if she's Mandela affected. But they didn't push it. They just gently came around and eventually mentioned that some people remember, for example, in the movie The Wizard of Oz, that when the witch has those flying monkeys, there's something that she says in the movie. And this is the coolest. I'm getting goosebumps right now. The coolest part of that show last night was where Dr. Loftus was actually saying, she agreed. It's fly, my pretties, fly. And Evan Moneybag said, that's right. That's what a lot of us remember. And now she never says that. Never. And Dr. Loftus is like, what? Because this is a perfect example of a Mandela effect. It's like, okay, many of us do remember a different reality. And why would that be? Moneybags has been tracking
these. So she doesn't say that in the movie?
No.
Well,
in no place.
No, I remember that too.
Right. See? Yeah, me too. And they got her with another one. Okay, here's another good one. You remember the old show where they would say, good night, Grace, good night, Gracie, at the end? It was the guy that smoked the cigar, George Burns and Gracie. It's a very old TV show.
Yeah.
Well, anyway,
I'm not familiar.
It's before my time. But the point is, he would say at the end of every show, good night, Gracie. And then there was something she always said. And again, Dr. Loftus said, because they were, AJ and Evan were asking Dr. Loftus, what do you think she said? And she said, good night, Gracie. It was kind of funny. She'd say, good night, Gracie, because he would say good night, Gracie. That's what George would say to Gracie.
Yeah. And
the joke was, every single time a lot of us remember that Gracie would always hilariously say, good night, Gracie, even though, what he was saying is say good night, Gracie. You get the point.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, so that's what Dr. Loftus said. She said, good night, Gracie. And that is never the case. So everybody that remembers that show remembers it that way. And they got her on 2 of those. So you can actually hear that program, the Rip and Rabbit Hole show last night. So that would be the, July
See,
sixth, I
that's
guess.
another example of how the entire how most of the entire planet has gone into a quantum jump.
Right. And we would expect that when we look at, see, what I love to do is I love to look at the philosophy of it. Like, is it possible? You know, I'm an optimist, right? I like to ask, how good can it get? I believe nature works that way. And I love philosophers that show us how that works. Like I love Leibniz, one of the inventors of calculus. I love his take on what consciousness is, because he believes that we have that first perception, which is like zero, first, like a zero dimensional awareness, and then you step back and you have a reflective cognitive reflection on that first level perception. That is consciousness. So that's calculus too. So you've got Leibniz showing how consciousness has this multi-leveled reflective quality to it. I think he's exactly right. But we've got a modern day philosopher who takes that and takes the ball and runs with it. And that's our beautiful philosopher who wrote the book Axiogenesis. His name is Nicholas Rescher. He's out of Pennsylvania, an octogenarian. Oh, he's beautiful. But here's why. So when you think like, yeah, it's like everyone's changing. Yes, we are. So you'll see evidence as we do that the human body is changing to be, we're actually witnessing physiological changes in real time with our organs and with our bone structure that's making us better than we've ever been. It's happening instantly with no trace of any change. It's like it's always been that way. Like our heart is protected in our under the ribs cage in the center of the chest.
There's got to be something causing it. Maybe because we all know how our reality is based on frequency and vibration. Maybe if there's a bad earthquake or something, the vibration of the earthquake puts the whole earth into a different jump. It's got to be something causing it.
Well, if you look at this is where it gets interesting, because I go back to noticing that all these shifts we're observing look like quantum phenomena. They all do. To me, that's like, well, every single thing we're seeing is normal on the so-called quantum realm. What if the realm isn't a realm? What if the theory of everything physicists are right, and we actually are witnessing quantum phenomena on the celestial scale? So that we remember, for example, we used to be in the Sagittarius arm of the Milky Way, but now suddenly apparently we've always been in the Orion section. That's very different for a lot of us, myself included. So if something like that can happen, if our kidneys, like you might remember where your kidneys are. I remember they used to be like my lower back, like you put your hands when you climb up a hill and you put your hands there to get some rest. Mm-hmm. But now they're safe. That there used to be a kidney punch, and if you kicked or hit someone in their lower back, they might start bleeding in their urine, and that meant they might die very soon. No longer is that a risk, because the kidneys on every single one of us, like 8 billion humans on the planet, all of our kidneys have moved up under our rib cage, all of them. So we're experiencing huge shifts in our bodies, which look like they're for our welfare. It looks like it's like these jumps in evolution that we see, like missing links in the evolutionary system. It looks like we're doing this right now, and we're able to see it if we pay attention and compare notes with what we remember.
And nobody notices this. That'd be like all of us waking up tomorrow and we only have 4 fingers and 4 toes, and we just always remember having 4 fingers and 4 toes.
Well, there are some of us that are remembering these other histories, and these are the Mandela effect affected. But many of us who are researching this, myself included, agree that probably everyone's experiencing it. It's just not everyone's noticing it, and that's okay. So not everyone does notice it. And that's where some of these phrases, like they took the download, or it's kind of, because you can actually see it happen. You can ask someone, what do you remember? Like, what's a kidney punch? They'll tell you. I ask martial artists this, and they show me, like, okay, where are your kidneys? They put their hands kind of in that lower back area, and then I can just ask them, that's not, or I tell them, but that's not where they are right now. You can look it up. That's still like an illegal move. Don't do that kidney punch, but it doesn't do anything anymore because the kidneys aren't there. They've moved to safety up a little bit higher, under the ribs.
So what do terms like reality residue and take the download mean?
Yeah, we're talking about the take the download. It ties in with what we were discussing a minute ago about the collective, like there might be a collective consciousness, awareness of what's happening overall. And then there is always perhaps a bit of a difference with our individual experiences. So, and that's true even amongst the Mandela effect affected, that we might not, like some of these don't ring bells for me. Sex in the City was not a show that I watched. So some people say it's Sex and the Cities in the City. I really have no idea. It was not on my radar. So no idea at all. Some of them I'm sort of only distantly aware of. But okay, so take the download would mean, like, let's take a look at, for example, what's a good one? I think, trying to think of one that's good for everybody. I think everyone knows Star Wars, so we'll go with one that resonates for me. You like Star Wars?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's in the movie, the second movie, which was, I guess, episode number, would it be 5? It would be
Empire Strikes Back.
Exactly. And that's the one where there's that pivotal moment where Luke Skywalker is dangling, sort of hanging by a thread, and above him is Darth Vader. And there's that really dramatic moment, and the deep booming tones of the actor who plays Darth Vader. It's quite memorable for me because I saw this movie in the theater when it first came out. And that's James Earl Jones. You know his voice. It's just like very deep. I remember that he said, Luke, I am your father. But now, to take the download would be if for me to ask someone what, fill in the blank. What's the dialogue in this pivotal movie scene? Not let them hear it, but just ask them to say what they think it is. And maybe they say, Luke, I'm your father. And then I play what it currently is, which is James Earl Jones's voice saying, no, I am your father. And take the download would be that moment where the person hears that, and then it's kind of like something weird happens. Like they were agreeing with you. It was Luke, I am your father. But now they've heard that, and they're like, yeah, it's always been no, I'm your father. And they won't even agree or go back to that first position because they have taking the download is very analogous to being consumed by or being part of that flock of consciousness. It's like a flock of birds flying together that believe the existing historical truth, which is it's always been, no, I'm your father.
Well, that's an interesting way that you put it, like take the download, like there's a controller, in our matrix universe, that's really all a simulation that's pretty much updating the system,
right?
You know where I'm going there, like how some people think that this is all a simulation and we're all a computer program, and
right,
maybe that has something to do with it.
It might, but it's just a partial, in my opinion. The simulation theory is a good start, but it doesn't go to rock bottom because it sort of parks us at a point of familiarity where we don't as soon as we label something or name it, we think we understand it. Like, oh, it's a computer, it's a simulation. But most of us don't know how to build a computer or write the machine language or the operating system, or let alone the code to create that simulation. So for us, it's just sort of like, oh, we've labeled it, now we can ignore it, and we don't have to think. The thinking that would be required is, okay, if it is a simulation, what is it simulating? And who is doing the simulation? And so because it hasn't answered those questions, we just sort of parked it in a familiar parking spot. Like, oh, we have computers. We don't know how to write machine language or build our own computer chips. Of course not. We just know how to use them. So we can pretend that that's what's going on because it's the black box, and therefore we don't have to look inside of it. We're familiar with not looking. Don't ask any more questions when you're running a simulation, right? Like, no one's going to demand that you suddenly do a Martha Stewart moment and build your computer from scratch. Like, okay, I'll give you all of the materials you need. Here's your silicon. Here's your soldering iron. Build your computer. Write the machine language, the operating system, and all the code. There you go. It's like, no, we don't expect that. So that's why I say simulation theory is lazy in a way, because it doesn't really address the actual issue.
And what about reality residue?
Reality residue is fascinating. It gives us, it's a form of validation, if you will, or evidence based on usually artworks of some form. But the art could actually be just someone typing in a price sticker or label. Like they might type in Berenstein Bears and they spell it the way they remember it. So they work at Walmart or whatever. They actually type in Berenstein, EIN, and Bears, and then they price it. And so, but then someone at the store, they're holding in their hands the actual Berenstain books, AIN, with a price label that says EIN. And so that's reality residue, where some person, based on their own memory, typed something into a system that shows they remember it the way a lot of us do. It could also be in the form of a painting or a scale model, like the JFK vehicle that he was in when he was assassinated. So it's the whole, because there's controversy about the Zapruder film and how many people were in the car. So you might see a historical reenactment or a historical, like a scale model of the vehicle that shows a lot fewer people in the vehicle, which is what a lot of people remember. Now it's like there were 6 people in the car or something. And if that's before people's time, that's okay. But it's not about any one.
Well, there were
particular
4. There were 4
thing.
people in the car, wasn't there?
There were how many?
4.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people remember. But now it's like I think there's more than that. It's very odd.
Oh,
That's one that I wasn't tracking that quite so closely. So for me, it's sort of a blurry peripheral thing. It's like, that does seem a bit weird, but for some people that's the one. It's a lot of people, they feel like, okay, that's it. I can't go with the official story because I remember something very different.
Huh. Now you just had a Mandela Effect conference. What is that? Do you do them often?
Yeah, well, we just started our nonprofit organization. We just got that designation this year. We would love to pursue research in this area because it's been neglected or ignored by most of science. So it's our goal to provide education and eventually, hopefully, funding as well for researchers to actually be able to delve into this topic, which we consider to be world-changing and also a very positive phenomenon. We tend to see it as part of human evolution, that we're definitely in this great awakening that we were talking about. And obviously people need resources. So we're hoping to do these events at least annually. We do have a board of directors, and we've started talking about how we can meet people's needs. Our first event was originally we'd planned to do an in-person conference in Connecticut. And that did not happen because the pandemic that's happening right now required that we could not all gather in one place. So in a very short time frame, we switched over from what would have been a 3-day in-person conference. We stretched it out to 6 live days over the course of a week, starting on a Saturday and going through the next Friday in June. And all of those presentations from 14 presenters, and Regina Meredith was our keynote speaker. And she's the one who was largely recognized as starting Gaia TV. So she was remarkable. And a lot of our speakers were extraordinary. On the board of directors with me is the quantum businessman, Christopher Anatra. And then Jerry Dark Wolf Hicks, who has a program on Wednesday nights on the Rip and Rabbit Hole radio show. Also is Shane Robinson of Unbiased and on the Fence on YouTube. And then we've got our very special resource, our Canadian artist, Kimberly Lynn Hansen, and she has created, I believe, the first exhibit of Mandela Effect art that is extraordinary. And she brought it to the event that we had in 2019 before we were officially a nonprofit organization. So that would be Ketchum, Idaho, November 2019. And that's those videos showing her art and talking about that with some real-time delayed choice reality shifts happening. Some of the time stuff occurred in her talk, and it's really worth seeing. And that's all on the International Mandela Effect Conference YouTube channel.
Yeah, the next time you have one and it's a in-person event, definitely let us know here at Conflict Radio. We will be there.
Awesome. I would love to have you there.
This is a fascinating topic for me, as you can imagine, simply because of my experience, and I don't want to miss anything like that. Did any Mandela effects occur during that?
Yes, absolutely. We had a couple of real doozies occurred. So I don't even know where to start.
Can you share them?
Yeah, well, I hinted at something that happened in the talk that Kimberly Lynn Hansen gave. Actually, several happened. One of them I'm just going to leave to her talk because I don't want to spoil it. So I'm going to leave that one. It's a 2-part thing, and please watch them, and you'll see what I mean.
They can find that where again?
Okay, the channel. You want to subscribe to it, everybody. It's called International Mandela Effect Conference. And it's a long name, but it's on YouTube. And once you're subscribed, then you can browse through the videos and go back to, it would be Kimberly Lynn Hansen's 2-part presentation. Really excellent. So there's definitely something going on in there that's extraordinary. Okay, but in addition to that, we had several other things. So I'll start with, they're mind-blowing. Okay, one of them, which I think is well worth watching. This occurred, and you can see it in the video, where the quantum businessman, Christopher Anatra, is interviewing Jerry Darkwolf Hicks, who was the host of our first conference and is the father of IMEC, or International Mandela Effect Conference. So Chris is talking to Jerry, and as they're talking, Jerry brings up something about how, I forget the exact context. It was something about how the Mandela effect might be challenging some of the authority regime on the planet. And just as, and Chris was saying, should we always ask questions? Should we always stand up for what we believe in? And Jerry said something like, yes, we should always do that. And then you can hear this sort of crash off camera. As he's talking, one of the pieces of art fell off the wall. And I texted, I was in the room when this happened, and I sent a text immediately to Kimberly Lynn Hansen, the Canadian artist that created this, a whole series of artworks based on various Mandela effects. And she, without knowing which piece fell, she asked me, I told her what had happened. I said, whoa, something just fell, one of your pieces of art fell off the wall. And she said, was it Darth Vader? Ha ha. And I said, yes. She knew. Okay. So it's like she said, my art speaks, it talks, it communicates. Mm-hmm. And so right when that was funny, but I'm just starting with the sort of average run-of-the-mill Mandela effects. They get trippier. So that would be what I'd call, like, that's cool. You could call it synchronicity. You could say that's nothing. Okay, fine. Let's go one bigger. And I don't want to take up too much of the time with just what happened at the conference. This was a small conference, by the way. It was our first gathering with those of us who are now IMEC before we were IMEC. And I think we had maybe 20, 30 people in the room. So it was not very big. Nevertheless, one of the participants had been taking a nap in her room when another participant with her son at the same time remembers clearly having had a very detailed conversation with the woman who was napping in her room out in front of the hotel on the steps, just talking for maybe 30 to 40 minutes before one of them had to go, do whatever they had to do. So this was, and not only did she and her son remember the conversation, they remember what was said. Okay, so they were talking about this after, and this had all come up after I'd given my talk on how sometimes I bilocate. And I'd given examples of my bilocations where I'm daydreaming in that daydream state of mind. So I think I'm trapped inside at a book event, looking out on a beautiful day, wishing I was outside, thinking I'm walking down the street, a very certain street, where someone observes me walking down that street and emails me later that day, hey, Cynthia, I thought you had a book event today. What were you doing walking down Solano Avenue? And I said, whoa, really? So I talked about that. Okay, now here we are at the conference, and it's happening again. It's happening to two of the participants in the conference. I came across them that evening, and as they were very confused, the one who claimed that's impossible. You could not have been talking to me because I was taking a nap in my room. I never came out of my room. I had so much to process. I just went straight to my room and I took a nap. That's what I was doing. And so I asked that woman, were you possibly daydreaming at all? She said, yes, I didn't exactly sleep. I just sort of, yeah, I guess you could call it that. I was daydreaming. And I said, where were you? Do you remember where you were daydreaming? And she's just thinking about that. But the funny thing is, what the woman and her son remember that the other woman had said, it was very detailed. I'm not going to go into all the details, but they described it to her and she was mind blown. She said, that's all true. My husband doesn't believe in the Mandela effect. He doesn't like it. He's not happy that I'm studying it, and some other, I'm not going to go into the more detailed stuff. It was personal. But the point is, there's no way that woman and her son could possibly have learned all this, let alone seen her, but they did. So there was a bilocation that occurred at the Mandela Effect Conference.
Oh, that's really, really interesting.
Yeah, I love these live events. I mean, the online ones are cool too, but
yeah, and the one that you just did was online, right?
That's right. It was set up to be free online. We are a nonprofit, so right now we're being funded by our own resources. Jerry Hicks put in a lot of his own time, effort, money, blood, and everything. He really is the father of IMEC. Then our quantum businessman, of course, is a CEO of a company and a software company. So he has generously been able to provide us with a lot of resources to make this online and make it free. Thank goodness. I don't think it would have happened this way otherwise. And I've put a lot of my own money, time, and effort in as well. And so has Shane Robinson of Unbiased and On the Fence, and as well as Kimberly Lynn Hansen. So those of us who are on the board of directors in whatever capacity have definitely contributed to making it free and available. We just felt with what was going on in the world, it's so important for the information to be available. And it didn't make any sense to charge for it. Plus, it was our first time even doing this online. So
yeah,
for all those reasons, yeah.
These are definitely very crazy and interesting times that we're living in. How can you see the Mandela effect providing us with something useful in these coronavirus times?
Well, to me, the Mandela effect represents the best of what humanity has to offer in collaboration with nature, with each other, with the world. I think that what I see for potential with humanity right now is very much that we can step into being caretakers of this earth with each other, caretakers for ourselves, each other, the planet, to learn to be much more creatively active. We already are creative with our hands. We're creative with our hearts, with our bodies. What we're learning now is to be creative at another level of connectivity, so that we're becoming creative with our thoughts, having the power to be creative in themselves. And that's something that maybe we should never have been trusted with previously. Some people might say we're still not trustworthy, but for those of us who believe that we're divinely guided and we get chances for these do-overs, like you experienced. I mean, maybe that wasn't a do-over, but you definitely got that chance to recognize what it's like to be in that in-between state. I think that's the essence of the quantum jump, to know that you can go there no matter what it looks like is happening. The message that I would say is there's always hope. No matter how bad it might look, you can go to that in-between place, that daydream state, and just be pure consciousness, because that's what the father of quantum physics said we are. He said, that was Max Planck. He said that nothing gets behind consciousness. Fundamentally, everything is conscious and consciousness, and you can't get behind it. That means we're not going to find consciousness in neurons in the brain. That's a fool's errand. We already know that we've got neurons in our heart. We've got a brain in our stomachs, in our gut. So what are we wasting our time, trying to find some material explanation, when obviously, as you experienced, and as so many of us are experiencing, we have a very sort of this eternal, infinite quality to ourselves. It is a spiritual awakening. We can recognize that we can access this in-between state of all possibility and start learning to make good choices. We might feel like we're stuck in there for years, That sounds like a terrible thing to go through.
No, that's
but
exactly it. Yeah. But
yeah,
you're not. That's just,
you're not.
yeah.
Yeah.
When one of the realities that I was actually in, I knew it wasn't the right reality because one of my a male family member uh, that has passed in this reality was alive in that one. So I knew I was in the wrong reality because this person was alive in that reality. And if I had understood exactly what was going on, if I was intentionally doing that, I would have hung out there a little bit longer and maybe had a conversation or something with this person. And I didn't. Like as soon as I saw him, I was like, oh, this is the wrong one. And I was poof gone, because I was so panicked because I couldn't find my way back to this one. So
Yeah, it's kind of like going down the hallway and opening all the doors. Like, oops, wrong room. Oops.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's exactly what it was. And it's a dark hallway. That in between is kind of dark. It's a dark in between.
Right.
It's kind of like you're not seeing anything.
Right.
You know.
Yet all the possibilities are immediately available.
So, what kind of scientific validation exists for any of this?
Ah, good thing you asked that. I love it. Well, that's the other thing I've been doing besides providing solace and just this ability to let people know you're not going crazy in these last 20 years. The other thing I do is I look to quantum physics in particular, but also related fields to see what are we finding in the laboratory settings that can provide some basis to better understand this or even validate it to begin with. And a big
I mean, they're
breakthrough came.
obviously studying it at Cornell.
Excellent. Yeah, I love that you brought that up because it was not on my radar, but now it's like, that is so cool. So definitely check that out. One of the big news stories that I was aware of from 2019 came to us courtesy of laboratories in physics at the University of Vienna, Austria, in collaboration with quantum physicists at Edinburgh, Scotland. And what they were doing is taking the very classic, in fact, it's considered the most classic science experiment ever created, which is the double slit experiment. And what they did is they wanted to find out if they had two trusted detection observational systems set up at the same place in the same time, would they actually witness two different possible answers to what's happening there. The reason they were doing this had to do with very much that I talked about levels of consciousness earlier. Remember when I mentioned the 0 dimension, and that's like and then 1 dimension, that's like a touch, and then 2 dimensions is a level above it. Each time you go up, then you're doing a reflective perception of the previous level of awareness, and that's how consciousness, according to Leibniz, the philosopher, grows. So within the physics world, the famous physicist Erwin Schrödinger devised an experiment that he originally intended to show how ludicrous quantum physics really is. He imagined that you could put a cat into an imaginary box, imaginary cat, imaginary box with imaginary poison. So you're not going to kill no real cats will be injured in this experiment. It's a thought experiment. And the trigger mechanism would be quantum. It would be based on radioactive isotope decay, which decays at a totally random rate. So the end result is, until you open the box, nobody knows if the cat is alive or dead. So that's the Schrödinger cat experiment. What happened next is another physicist named Wigner said, well, hang on there, Schrödinger. That's a bizarre experiment. And it does look weird that you can have a cat that's both alive and dead in the box, because we know quantum physics says you can have a superposition of states, which is like your in-between conflict when you're in that in-between. Mm-hmm. Okay, but then Wigner is saying, okay, we're watching this whole thing. What happens when you entangle an observer who's watching the person who's watching the cat? So that is the construct, that who's watching who, kind of a stair-stepping levels of consciousness route thing. And they brought that into the double slit experiment. I'm sorry if I'm going too fast. Hopefully people know the double slit experiment. Yeah. But even if you don't, it doesn't matter. Just the outcome is interesting. You can look at this up, and I did blog about it, so people can check that out. And you can find all my information on my website, realityshifters.com. So you'll probably mention that in the link. But anyway, So the point about this article in 2019 is, thanks to the whole idea of multiple observers, they set up, the scientists at Edinburgh, Scotland, and Vienna, Austria, collaborated to create this apparatus, which had 2 observers at the same place, same time. And here's the drum roll and the bizarre result. The bizarre result is they were able to reliably, accurately, verifiably observe 2 completely different realities at the same place and same time. That should have been 2019's cover story, in my opinion, that there is no such thing as objective reality.
So where do you think all this goes, like in the future? Where
it's going is humanity gradually, step by step, learning to work together collaboratively, to make the free will choice to wish the best for all concerned, to learn that when you think something, it can and often does have a very real physical effect. We're basically sliding into the driver's seat of a car that we don't know what we're doing with. Some of us feel like, what the heck? It's like putting dogs in the driver's seat. I love those videos. Well, that's what it looks like humans are doing right now. We're learning to operate consciousness at a level that most of us are a little ill-prepared to deal with. So, fortunately, you were noticing this is the wrong reality for me. But we're learning to basically do these quantum jumps, to find out that you've got a diagnosis from your doctor, that you've got 2 months to live, but you've got a lot of people praying for you, and people feel like, no, and next thing you know, you're fine. And nobody knows what happened to that cancer. That's what happened to my grandmother. She had inoperable liver cancer in her 90s, and it completely vanished because she did have hundreds of people praying for her. And I was one of the people that was like, no. And next thing we know, there's no trace of cancer anywhere in her body. So the blood tests, they had tissue samples, blood tests, everything, and scans, you name it. And suddenly none of those showed that she had liver cancer anymore.
Well,
so that's
like
where we're going.
The power of manifestation.
Yes.
Well, I guess I have a few I guess not personal questions, but have you ever been in the in-between?
Not for years, as you describe, but I would say I think what you mean by the in-between is that when you're still in a body, you're still alive. Because I actually remember what it's like when I'm dead, which is blissful, and that feels different. But this state, when you are in a body and you are, but you're just sort of like all over the place, not quite the way you describe it. And when I go through the in-between, it's like I'm striding through more purposefully. It's not, sometimes I'll just sort of hang out there, like, let's take a look at what's available. So sometimes I'll choose my day that way, kind of like look at all, like flipping through pages in a book. Sometimes, but I don't usually, it's certainly, I've never had that experience that you described where it went on for years, at least not in this lifetime. Yeah. Probably I have had that experience in a lifetime, because once you go through that, you probably don't need to go through it again. It's one of those things like, good heavens, I bet you'll never do that again.
It's very depressing. So what do you think would have happened to my physical body had I not been able to find my way back?
Oh, a number of things might have happened. And you might have glimpsed versions of it. It would depend on different people's experiences. So the people that felt like they need you back, they would experience you back. Again, the results from the 2019 physics experiment. There's no such thing as objective reality. So just the same reason that some people experience some Mandela effects, but not others, and they know, and sometimes they'll experience them at different times. Our reality is very, very fluid. It's not as solid as it looks at all. So some people might have noticed, like, wow, conflict went into a coma. What happened? Is he coming back? So it's like that uncertainty. Yeah. Other people would just feel like you're there, but you're spaced out, like you're not really all there.
Yeah.
And some people with the Mandela effect community say that we've got people who are sleepwalking or NPCs, like non-player characters.
Yeah. Huh. Well, we really appreciate having you come on our show. It's very interesting. We'd love to get you back on. Perhaps, if you got a new book coming out soon. What are you working on currently?
Well, I'm definitely working still with this new IMEC nonprofit organization that we've just created a few months ago. So we're looking into more events, perhaps even in addition to the annual. There are discussions going on about that. But then, of course, I'm still putting out my monthly Reality Shifters newsletter, what I've published every month for more than 20 years. So people can subscribe to that for free. And that's where I share information such as this news that we've got two new to me researchers looking into these JOT and DOP phenomena, which really is the Mandela effect, going all the way back to the 1950s, with validation that people experiencing this are definitely not crazy. And that comes from a psychologist. So I'll share news like that in my monthly newsletter, as well as what happened at the conference where we had 14 speakers. And I've also got a podcast, Living the Quantum Dream, that's on hiatus at the moment, but it'll probably come back. And I'm working on a new book. So in my world, I'm always doing something.
And what's your website? Where can everybody find you again?
Yes,
and
that
you have
is
a YouTube
Reality
channel
Shifters.
as well.
Yeah, right. Okay, my website is www.realityshifters.com. The idea being that we're all Mandela affected. We're all experiencing these experiences. We may not be aware of all being in that in between, but my goodness, I know we are. I know we're going through it. What's different is some of us are more conscious of it, therefore more called, like you are. And thank you for putting this show together and taking what was just a bizarre experience and truly making the most of it.
I'm not done. I plan on doing a lot more homework and research into that because that's definitely interesting. And your YouTube channel.
Yes.
You want to tell everybody what your YouTube channel is?
Absolutely. That's Cynthia. It's my name, Cynthia Sue Larson, and that's on YouTube. And of course, I do my best to put out about one video a month usually. I might be able to post. We did a Mandela montage, which was so cute. Little 10-second video clips of a whole bunch of YouTubers in the Mandela effect community. It's extremely uplifting, and we're just making sure that we're clear on using the music in the background. So as soon as we get clearance so that we won't have any copyright violations, then everyone involved can share that video. In fact, I think we probably recommend everybody can share it. So that's the goal, and that should be coming out pretty soon too, both on my YouTube and also the IMEC. And I'm associated with that conference, which you can go to their website too, imec.world. And that's all of us who are working together to bring educational information about this phenomena into the world at large, and also scientific community as well.
Again? I'm sorry, what was that website again?
IMEC, that's International Mandela Effect Conference.world. And that would give you, as soon as we get each of the individual presentations, they'll be available there. You can see our mission, our goals, and future events that we'll be presenting will all be mentioned there.
All right, awesome. As normal, everybody listening, I'll put the links down in the description. Definitely check it out. And thanks very much, Cynthia, for coming on.
Thank you, Conflict. It's really been a great pleasure.
And we'll be right back right after this. Welcome back. That was Cynthia Sue Larson. That was a really interesting conversation. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. I definitely had a lot of questions about quantum jumping. I don't really know if what I was experiencing was a dream or if it was real. I don't have any idea. It's definitely something that, as my wife said, could be in my subconscious that I heard before. I mean, I don't know. I really don't. I think that it's good to learn about it. I think it's good to think about the possibilities of what could be and what our reality might be. I definitely feel as if I was quantum jumping that night. I really do. But I might not have been. I could have been dreaming. I'll admit it. I don't know. But as the world turns and we learn things and we grow as an intelligent species, we're going to learn new things about ourselves that we don't know. And I think that's what makes shows like this so great, is that we're able to talk about and learn about things that we otherwise would never learn about or talk about. And I hope you guys enjoyed that as much as I did. As always, this is Conflict Radio. Like and subscribe. Leave a comment. Say hi. If you have anything you wish to say, shoot me an email at info@conflictradio.net. I'll respond. I respond to everybody that shoots me an email. I'll respond to you. Give me a shout out. Also, you can find us on Spreaker and Apple iTunes and other great podcast platforms. And until next time, we'll be here. Be safe. All right, guys. That was Cynthia Sue Larson. All right. So let me stop that. I don't know if you guys heard that, but that was kind of annoying. Okay, so we're going to go into the second one. Hey, Rick Bowker. How you doing, man? I see you guys chatting it up. I'm going to get the next episode ready here. Let's see if that's coming through. Boom. Looks like it's there. How do I do the full screen? Boom. All right. So I think we are ready to go. And this is the second one of the third one that we're doing. And enjoy, everybody. You're listening to Conflict Radio on the Conflict Radio Network. Greetings and welcome to Conflict Radio. Today we're going to be speaking with Gary Michael Vasy. And Gary has over 40 books in print. He's an established author with notable contributions in the area of the paranormal, including several #1 bestsellers in the supernatural category, metaphysics and magic, poetry, and business. He is also a collector of your own strange stories at his Haunted Life 2 TOO website. He is also the presenter of the Magical World of G. Michael Vasy podcast series. In 2016, he resumed his interest in music and has released 2 albums of self-penned and self-performed songs, and since then, he has been churning out catchy songs at a rapid rate. He was born in the city of Hull in England and grew up in East Yorkshire. His Haunted Life trilogy of books has been highly successful, reaching #1 on both sides of the Atlantic. His most recent books have included a tour of the supernatural side of the Czech Republic, a set of scariest stories submitted to his website, a new book of magical experiences, and a beautiful volume of poetry. Now, Michael's going to be joining us for a little while. His best-selling books, pretty interesting. The Chilling True Terror of the Black-Eyed Kids, a monster compilation, 2nd edition, and Black-Eyed Kids, Can We Come In? Terrifying Encounters. We're going to talk to him because I got an email from a listener, and he had a really interesting story to tell about Black-Eyed Kids and asked if I could get somebody on to discuss the subject. And what I did was I went ahead and got somebody who wrote a couple best-selling books on the subject, and then I actually got a hold of the listener and had him join us on the show as well. So if you have a story that you'd like to tell, or if you have a guest that you would like to speak with, send me an email. Just go to my website, www.conflictradio.net, and hit the contact tab, and you'll learn all about how to get in touch with me. So we're just going to go ahead and get right into it. We'll be right back right after this. Welcome back to Conflict Radio. We're with Gary Vasy. He's going to talk to us about Black-Eyed Kids. Gary, how are you today?
Good, a little warm.
Now, your book, The Black-Eyed Kids, I did some homework on this. I was trying to find somebody who knew about black-eyed kids. I've got a listener who sent me a really awesome story in my email, so I decided to find a guest and then get that listener on. So we're going to be bringing him on in a little bit. But can you tell me about black-eyed kids? What are they? What's going on?
Yeah, well, I mean, exactly what they are, we can get into, but the general sort of storyline that has become popular as a bit of an urban myth, I guess, is that at some time late in the evening, there's a knock on the door, and where, you know, the person in the house, hearing the knock, starts to feel a strange sense of unease, usually, almost like a precognition that something not very good is going to happen, I would suggest. Well, if they don't answer the door, then the knocking continues persistently until they go to the door. Maybe they'll look through the peephole or something, and they'll see a couple of kids. The kids will usually be teenagers. There might be 1, 2, 3 of them. They are usually dressed in a sort of Victorian style, kind of differently, not quite right. It doesn't fit, the dress doesn't fit with sort of today's style. And the person answering the door gets more and more nervous usually. The kids start to say, let us in, let us in. They may use different excuses to get in. It might be use the telephone. Usually it is use the telephone, but it could be other reasons. Sometimes the story takes place in a car, so they want a lift somewhere. It's the same kind of story. And at some point in this sort of encounter, the person will open the door, will see these 2 kids, because, 2 kids on the doorstep, 14, 12 years old at midnight, you start worrying, why are they there? Have they got lost? Parents, where are the parents? Do I need to help them? But then you open the door and you've got this horrible sense of something's not right, increasing fear crawling up the back of your neck, and then you notice their eyes, and their eyes are completely black. And this is when usually people bolt, close the door, won't let the kids in. And sometimes this will be associated with electronic malfunctions, so the lights will flicker, electrical things won't work, the TV will go on and off. Usually the kids will hang around for a while, persistently knocking. Sometimes they'll start to get threatening, let us in or else. And that's basically the story. And it's a very compelling story. And as we will probably discover later on, I run a website, and it's called myhauntedlife2.com. And the idea there is the typical one. You send in your stories of encounters with the paranormal. And when I don't have a story from you, I have a couple of stories of my own that I've posted. And so over the years, I've collected thousands and thousands of stories. And since I've seen ghosts pretty much since I was a kid, and been involved in magic and all this sort of stuff, nothing really bothers me particularly. But one day I got about 4 or 5 years ago, I read this story that someone submitted, and it was exactly that story. It was black-eyed kids on the doorstep. And for the first time in a long time, I had that sense of, oh my God, this is really, really pretty scary stuff. And I'd hate to be alone in a place at midnight and have this happen to me. So I posted this story thinking it was like a one-off, because I'd never heard of black-eyed kids, I'll be honest with you. And the next thing I know is this thing's all over the internet, and I've got tens and tens of stories pouring in all different types of contexts. How can black-eyed kids be on a USAF base with high-level security, but there they are, somebody's having an encounter on a USAF base, an RAF base. There's lots of stories at Walmart for some reason. And then I started to think, well, this is sort of a North American story, but it isn't, because when I started to delve into this, and I like to do research around these stories. So I gather stories, I see a trend, and then I like to do some research and try to get to the bottom of what's going on. And this is what I started to do with the black-eyed kids or black-eyed people stories. And the more I dug, the more I found that, in fact, these kind of stories are everywhere. Australia, UK, France. And although some people will tell you that this was a sort of story that was made up by a guy called Brian Bethel in Texas not so long ago and sort of went viral because of internet, the truth is that I have stories going back 100 years plus. And if you then sort of broaden the search to just this generic black-eyed, white-skinned kid that hangs around in forests or bothers people, then it goes back into prehistory. So it seems like whoever these black-eyed kids or black-eyed people are, they've been bothering humanity for quite some time.
So have you heard any stories of people actually letting them in?
I've only had 2 stories of people letting them in. And in both instances, it was a pretty unpleasant encounter. In one, they basically were allowed in by, I think it was the lady allowed them in because her husband went to the kitchen to get the telephone. And they both fell ill. Their pets all died. They both got some kind of disease. I think one had cancer. They both survived, but they escaped by the skin of their teeth. And in the other example, they really suffered in terms of the kids telling them that they were going to die, and they developed cancer and other illnesses, but again survived. And if these black-eyed kids are so prevalent, particularly it seems in sort of your neck of the woods in southern US, a lot of stories in Texas, Alabama, that kind of Mississippi Valley region,
okay,
then you have to ask yourself, well, surely some people must let them in. So what happens? And in the book, I do make a bit of a comparison between the fact that there was one set of incidents with black-eyed kids in a neighborhood and the family completely disappeared around the same time that these black-eyed kids were in the neighborhood. Now, of course, I can't make the connection really, but in terms of like author privilege, you start to ask the question, well, could there have been the victims of black-eyed kids? And if black-eyed kids are so prevalent, and if some people let them in and there are no stories, could some of the, thousands upon thousands of people that go missing every year be down to black-eyed kids? Your guess is as good as mine, but I don't see why not,
Yeah. Now, so what do they want? Do they, like, the people that have let them in? Have you heard any stories about them saying like they want something, or they have to give them something, or?
Well, they want 2 things. They want to be let in. That's very important. And they want to use the telephone, the telefax, I think in one instance, or they want a ride to some place. And, if you're going to be possessed, then basically the demon needs to have your permission to possess you. And so when a black-eyed kid asks to be let in and you say yes, you're granting them permission to cross the threshold, which means take control of you. So if they are sort of a demonic type entity, then you're actually, by agreeing to let them in, you're allowing them to take possession of you. So what do they want? They want to possess people.
Now, do you think that the kids that are there are possessed kids?
It's very difficult to say what they are. I put a lot of effort into trying to figure that out. And of course, some people have made a link to UFOs and aliens because of the black eyes, etc., and the men in black. Some people talk more about demons and the demonic. I think that I'm interested in the paranormal. I'm also interested in the occult and magic. I'm a practicing magician. And I have come to the conclusion that we create our own reality, and that there are 2 ways entities like this can exist. They can either exist as independent entities out there that we normally wouldn't see, wouldn't interact with because they're in a slightly different vibration, but under certain circumstances, we can see them. And these entities feed off our fear or sexual needs. That's the energy that they suck on. It's like a vampire, but it's not the blood they're after. It's your fear energy or your sexual energy or whatever. And black-eyed kids and the old hag, the thing that sits on you in sleep paralysis and takes advantage of you, that would be another example of that type of entity. The second type of entity is one that you actually grow and give life to yourself by potentially constantly thinking about something negative. And you create a thought form which then begins to attach itself to your aura, and you energize it every time you think negative thoughts like anger or lust, for example, until the point it literally can take on a life of its own, and it starts to control your behavior in order to get the energy that it needs to survive. And this sort of parasitic entity, I think you had Anthony Peake on, and Anthony and I have some similar theories about parasitic entities and egregores, thought forms created by human thought. In the case of the black-eyed kids, I don't think it's a thought form. I do think it's an independent parasitic entity of some type that feeds off of our fear or sexual energy.
All right, yeah, we did have Anthony Peake on. He's a fascinating character. Did you mention black-eyed kids to him?
Yeah, he's read my Black-Eyed Kids book. He's read most of my books. We talk on and off. I had the pleasure of being asked to review his first book about life after death, and was completely fascinated by his approach, and have been in touch pretty much ever since. I had him as a guest on my podcast just recently as well. So I spoke to him just recently about his last book. And we got into talking about parasitic entities, and then we sort of drifted into talking about synchronicity, because, as you know, Anthony Peake, I don't want to go too far off topic, but this is good.
Yeah.
Anthony Peake is into this idea of synchronicity, as am I as a magician, because when my life has coincidences that are synchronous, then I feel I'm on the right track, yes, in terms of where my life is going. It's me telling me I'm on the right path, so to speak. And we started to talk about the paranormal show Hellier. I don't know if you've come across the show Hellier.
No, I haven't actually.
But it's a big time paranormal show that's into 2 seasons. It's independently done. You can see it on YouTube or the Hellier website. That's Hellier. And it was really, it was ridiculous. We started talking about Hellier, and it was synchronicity after synchronicity after synchronicity, to the point like you just felt that the whole conversation had gone crazy. But to go back to the original topic, I think that Anthony and I have similar ideas about what these entities are, and I would class the black-eyed kids, black-eyed people in with things like shadow people, the old hag, which is the sleep paralysis thing, succubi, incubi, demons. I think these are all sort of intradimensional beings that feed off human energy, and in order to get us to be frightened, they frighten us. This is that simple.
Yeah, shadow people is something that I've actually seen one once, and I wasn't very scared of it. It just kind of walked off, into the corner of the house or whatever, and I didn't really think much of it except for, well, that was a shadow person.
There's shadow people and there's shadow peoples. So there's the Hat Man, and there's various characters that are a bit more obnoxious and a bit more well known, and they tend to also be part of this sleep paralysis experience sometimes with certain people. Sort of like the generic sort of shadow, I think, could be something else. That could be even seeing a sort of parallel universe, having a glimpse of a parallel universe. I have an author that I talked to called Tom Bowley, and he lives in Philippines, and he wrote a book about ghosts in Japan, and which I published through my little publishing company. And he tells a beautiful story, in fact, of how he encountered a shadow man on his staircase, and they both stood looking at each other, and the shadow man turned and ran. So the thinking was maybe he was the ghost in the shadow man's universe.
Yeah. Now, in today's time, since we've all been locked down and everything, have you noticed an increase in sightings, or has it been a decrease, or is it about the same? Either?
It's been much slower in terms of stories coming into me about black-eyed people, black-eyed kids, than it was for a couple of years around the time before I put the book out. We do get the odd story. We had a story a couple of 3 weeks ago about black-eyed kids, and it was a very typical encounter. I don't think that black-eyed kid encounters are as common as you might think reading the internet, but I do think that they've been going on for centuries, and therefore, because we live in the era where people have blogs and social media and easy ways to communicate, the stories have become more prevalent. I do think also that from time to time, people make up stories just because, they want to feel important. They want something nice to say on Reddit. So you have to be a bit cautious. But like I say, I've discovered stories about French black-eyed people and black-eyed kids in the 18th century. The certain indigenous American Indians, their bogeyman were black-eyed kids that lived in the forest and, would steal your soul, that kind of thing. So these black-eyed peoples have been around, I think, as long as we have. And there is obviously some kind of symbiotic relationship, which is in their favor, not ours. The other thing is that this idea of black eyes has sort of taken on psychological meaning, because if you think about Hollywood horror movies, they often use the black eyes to indicate demonic or possession or something nasty and evil. And even in normal psychology, they will talk about angry people developing black eyes. And in the book, I did it as an investigative account as opposed to just a bunch of stories, although I utilized stories throughout to sort of illustrate the point. I actually got into talking about some of these other meanings of black eyes. And I think I quoted from a book called The Eyes of a Sociopath by Donna Anderson, in which her husband, who normally had bright light blue eyes, when he lost his temper, his eyes would change color to black and he would become an evil person. And it's almost as if they're taken over by a demonic moment or a demonic entity. It's almost as if with them, the entity has actually attached itself and is driving their behavior.
Do you think it's possible for the entity and the person to be occupying the body obviously at the same time, but the entity actually...
The black-eyed, the demonic entity wouldn't be occupying the body, but would be attached to the energy body of the person more or less permanently. And then that entity can, in fact, drive your behavior if you're operating semi-consciously. And let's face it, most of us operate throughout life more or less totally unconsciously all the time. We don't actually think about what we're doing. We're not living in the moment. We don't really know what we're driven by. And if someone is an alcoholic who's prone to strong temper and fits of rage, could very well be, providing food energy to a demonic entity that's attached itself to them and is basically driving that behavior. And this is the sort of overlap with magic, because in magic, what we do as magicians, occultists, is we look at ourselves and we try to examine ourselves and change ourselves, because it is our behavior that causes cause in our life, and it is the effect of that behavior that we feel. So if we cannot get on with people and are constantly being put down, the idea is examine what it is about yourself that needs to change and take responsibility for it, change the cause, you get a different effect. So magic is making changes in effect by changing the cause, yes? And so I think all of these things are interrelated. Those people that think, for example, that black-eyed kids are aliens, well, if they are intradimensional beings, and if you subscribe to certain aspects of ufology, people like Alan Greenfield, for example, he thinks that these UFOs are ultra-terrestrials, i.e. interdimensional beings, and they are in fact one and the same as the very demons that people like Aleister Crowley used to summon up. So, you start to get this amazing, it sounds bizarre if you haven't looked into this thing and sort of started to convince yourself. I know it does, but it's possible that UFOs and aliens and demons are one and the same thing. They're intradimensional beings that have a symbiotic relationship.
I'm getting you a little muffled coming in now.
Oh, sorry.
There you go.
Maybe the internet. They're just ultra dimensional beings that have a symbiotic relationship with humanity, and that they have had since time immemorial, potentially. But I tell you, the black-eyed kids are the one thing that if I'm going to be frightened, it's at 2:00 hearing a knock on the door, and I have since I got into black-eyed kids. They say once you've heard about them, they may visit. And there's been once or twice when I've woken up at 2-3 o'clock in the morning because of some knocking at the door, whether I was dreaming it, imagining it, whether it was real. Gosh, it certainly got my attention.
Yeah, I would imagine it would. Let's take a break, and then when we come back, let's get on one of our listeners who wants to talk to you. He asked me to get on an expert on black-eyed kids. So let's take a quick break, and we'll come back, and we'll get him on.
Sounds good.
All right, we'll be right back with Conflict Radio right after this. Welcome back to Conflict Radio. We're with Gary Vasey. He's an expert on black-eyed kids, and we have a listener that sent me an email about black-eyed kids and asked me to get on a guest, so we did, and then I decided to go ahead and get him on the show. His name is Byron. He's from Finland. Byron, you there?
I'm here. I'm right here.
Well, Gary's with us. Gary's still there. Gary?
Yeah.
All right, so Byron, why don't you tell Gary the story that you sent me in an email? I'll let you guys have at it for a little while.
Okay.
Sure. Do you want the abridged version or do you want the actual account? Because it's quite comprehensive.
Give us the full account because I've been listening for certain details. Yeah.
Oh, sure. Okay. All right. Let's start from the fresh now. Okay. Let's go back. It's 1986.
Yeah.
I'm off to a Smiths concert revival in GMX area, Manchester. I can't get there on time, so I'm getting there late afternoon, and I have a spare ticket because I couldn't get there with my friend, and I'm alone. I pull up to the area very close to there to try and park, and luckily I find a parking space. As I'm getting out of the car, there's a bunch of little kids, 12, 13, 14 years of age. And they're harassing me about looking after my car.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a bit like, hey, we'll look after your car, mate. Just give us some money and we'll make sure your car's safe. And I'm like, yeah, here we go. And I was like, all right, I'll tell you what, I'll give you a $5, but I'll cut it in half. And that way, if the car's in good condition when I come back, I'll give you the other half of the £5 note.
Yeah.
At this point, I could see one of the kids was like pushing the other one a little and gesticulating sort of behind me. And I sort of looked behind and saw 3 other kids, like in a good distance away. And at that point, one of the kids said, no, it's okay. Just forget it, And these guys like hot-footed it off, And I'm thinking, okay, here we go. I got 2 gangs of little kids about to do damages to cars, and I wasn't know what to think. So I think, what, I'll move the car. I get into the car, put the key in the ignition, and within milliseconds, these other kids were right by the side door.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, out of nowhere. I mean, like super flash fast.
Yeah.
And I got the key in the ignition halfway, and I'm like looking at this kid who's banging on the window.
Mm-hmm.
And the first thing I noticed is that it's like his clothes were all really unkempt. I could only see like his like chest downwards for this time, and he's like massive t-shirt on, and like these sort of pants with a belt tied around him like a potato sack, And then I sort of looked up at him a little bit. I could see his eyes were just like really, really black. I mean, like jet black, not like matte black or glossy black, but just black.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's two kids next to him. They were a bit smaller. And I'd say the stature was like, I don't know, 13, 14, maybe, sort of about that sort of size, you know. Hair was like unkempt, brown or black with this main kid. And he just said, I need to get in your car.
Uh-huh.
Let me in your car.
So did he
Let me
say just like, I need to get in your car? Or did he ask to get in your car?
I was looking at this kid. The thing that got me most was the feeling that I got between my rib cage next to my stomach. It just turned barrel ways. I mean, I just cannot describe the feeling that I got. It was just absolutely gut-wrenchingly painful. And I was looking at this kid, and before I knew it, there was like the other two were at the back doors of my car, like sort of next to the car, as if they were trying to get in. And he said, "We need to get in your car. I have to get in the car. We need to get in your car. Let me in your car." And I sort of like had this horrible dread feeling, but I also somehow found myself reaching for the door, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And at that point, the keys fell out of the ignition and landed on the floor of the car. And I snapped to it real quick at that point. And I was just like, forget this, you know, I'm out of here, you know. Cranked the car, bang, I was just like out of there. And these two guys moved. So I got to the end of the road, threw a right, a left, or whichever direction I went, and plowed down the road. I mean, he just gave me the absolute creeps. And I mean, the creeps. And I see these former kids that were there before trying to hustle me for the protection of the car. And they were waving at me, and I stopped the car, and they said, "Give us a ride, please, just give us a ride," you know. So I took these guys into the middle of Manchester, and we sat and we had like, I don't know, was it like some sort of cafe restaurant thing that's open, fish and chip place, some English name. And I was just saying, what the hell was this? You know, we're talking a little bit in the car because they seemed quite scared as well, you know.
Mm-hmm.
They said that they'd been out there in the street earlier and seen these three individuals. I'll call them individuals because they were odd things. And they said that they'd seen the same situation going on with a woman in another car. But what freaked out two of those boys was the speed of which the other two that was with the main one sort of went around the car. They said that they moved like something that it was just like a quick flash, as if a shadow had just like flown around the car. And at that point, they hot-legged it away from the area. So that was a couple of streets away from this point, you know. And you know, we talked a little bit. They seemed to just be happy to be away from the area. I never went to the concert. I went home, you know, myself. I felt very disturbed. I mean, it's even thinking about it now makes my stomach turn. It really does. But anyway, I see a friend of mine from work, and I talk about it a little bit. And he's Ziggy Stardust fan, you know, this David Bowie.
Yeah.
He has himself a contact lens, and he has two different colored eyes. And I'm thinking, you know what? Maybe that's it. You know, maybe that's what it is. Perhaps that. So I kind of fooled myself into thinking that for a long time. You know, many years. And I sort of somehow kind of made peace with it, but it never rested well. I really felt really bad in my stomach with this. And I had this overwhelming sense of dread. Anyway, life goes on. I've been living in Australia, Hong Kong, Central Europe myself, different parts of the world. Married a Finnish lady and ended up in Finland. And then 2018, November, December time, well, actually it was November, I think, there's a knock at the door in my house. I just peeked through the window and I'm thinking, what's this? Are they selling something for scouts or whatever? Just usual stuff. And I opened up the door, just a crack, and it's the same kids. The exact same look, different kind of clothing. Hair was sort of different. Eyes were just blacker than black. And immediately I just got that sense of like horribleness in my stomach again. It just absolutely shook the shit out of me. And he's speaking to me in Finnish,
Bloody hell.
which I understand. And I'm just like, what the hell, you know? And they're speaking to me in aggressive Finnish and polite Finnish. And it's the same gist. I want to get in your house. Please let us in the house. Well, there was no police or anything. It's let us in the house. I need to get in that house. We need to get in the house. Let us in. It's cold. We're very cold. Let us in this house. And I wasn't buying it for a second. I mean, I had the sense of dread, but I was just like, bang. I slammed that door shut, ran to the back of my house where I get my crossbow, loaded the crossbow, and then just went straight back to the kitchen and was looking out over the driveway. And these guys like hung around in the, I'm sorry, I'm missing out a piece here because I'm a bit shaken thinking about it still. It's too close. Before I slammed the door to these guys, one of the guys motioned backwards, pointed at my van and was like, it's a better car than you had in Manchester. And at that point, I slammed the door, ran for the crossbow, and then came back to the kitchen. But they hung around in the driveway and the area in front of my house for about 3-4 minutes, you know. And I just sat there. Well, I stood there perched with my crossbow, just in case anything happened, you know. It just absolutely scared the living daylights out of me. Mm-hmm. I reacted a whole lot quicker this time, but just horrible feeling, you know. Horrible. Can I imagine? And the first time around, I kind of thought about it for years afterwards and mentioned it to some people and talked about it. And, you know, one guy, most people just thought it was, you know, it's like, yeah, scared of kids and, you know, you muppet, you know, they didn't really have anything to say. And one guy said, sounds like you met an alien. And I'm like, yeah, whatever. And then this other guy was like, it sounds like a vampire. And I'm like, what do you mean a vampire? I didn't see any teeth. And he's just like, no. The vampire needs a permission to come in the house or something. And I was just thinking about it that way. It's just like, in Manchester, the back door of the car was actually open, you know. It's like they could have gone into my car quite easily. I mean, very easily. And why they didn't, I don't know. And why it is that I had this sort of overwhelming feeling of like sheer helplessness and dread. It's just, it's shaken me. I promise you, it's absolutely shaken me to the core. These two accounts. I'm telling you, it's even now I'm feeling quite disturbed. Yeah,
you can sense it in your voice.
Sorry?
You can sense it in your voice.
Oh, I'm sorry if I'm coming across as shaky, but it really was kind of harrowing. And, you know, there's nothing great about this story. And I'm not, you know, writing books or websites or whatever I'm actually a big guy. I'm 140 kilos. I'm built like an American linebacker. I will hunt. I'll go out and face things. I'm a big guy. There's nothing scares me. The only thing that really scares me in my life is outliving my kids.
So, Gary, do you think that they attached themselves to Byron for all those years?
No, I think that they see him as a potential victim, and I think you're quite right that you didn't give them permission. You didn't give them permission to enter, but you're on their radar, obviously. And I don't think they're aliens. I think they're ultra-dimensional beings that feed on fear, and you must try not to be frightened. One strategy that does work is get angry instead of fearful. That does help you. That getting angry gives them not the emotional content they're looking for. It doesn't necessarily help you long term, but in the short term it can help, because the anger means that you don't give them fear. Certainly don't ever let them in, don't give them permission. And the way they move is also very consistent with a lot of stories that I've had come to me. It's that intradimensional capability of being able to almost like a horror movie. When you see a demon move in a horror movie, it kind of jumps through space very quickly.
Well, when they moved around the back of the car, I can't really say. They moved super quick, super quick, and like I said, they could have got in, but they weren't in any rush leaving my driveway here in Finland. I mean,
no, because they got you scared. They had some fear from you. That's at least the start. And they were able to use the fact that you'd seen them before to get you to be frightened. And that was a little bit of fear energy is good. But what they really want is for you to let them in. You're essentially, if you let them in, you're giving them permission to cross your threshold. In other words, take possession of your soul. So don't let them, whatever you do.
Well, this is it. Yeah, I'm pretty much clued up to that. I mean, I'm just a bit sort of. The facial expressions were there, but there is another thing that I didn't really see, and it's sort of weird because I mentioned it before. This friend of mine years ago goes, "Oh, it sounds like a vampire," and I was thinking, well, they didn't have any teeth, and then I'm thinking to myself, I can't remember seeing any teeth at all. Thinking about it, which was weird, just lips moving, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, some people say that they don't even think that they speak. It's more that you hear the voice in your head, and you're not sure if they're actually speaking or not. Other people have gone even further than that and said, well, even though they were hanging around in the neighborhood after I wouldn't let them in, none of my neighbors ever saw anything unusual. So it's almost like I was the only person that actually saw these things.
Oh, God, that sounds even worse.
And sometimes people report electrical disturbances. So like, flickering house lights or car stalling or that kind of thing as well.
No, nothing like that. But also the thing is, it's like the kids in Manchester that I gave the ride into the town. They actually saw this stuff as well. So
what did they think they were?
Sorry?
What did they think that the other kids were?
Well, they said they just felt really uneasy. In fact, one of them was like close to tears when he was talking about it. And we're talking about Manchester street hustlers here at that age, Yeah. One of them just looked kind of like how I feel, even now.
No, everybody reports this feeling of dread, really, dread. Frightened, really scared for no reason. I mean, people say I'm looking out through the peephole and I see a couple of young kids and I'm concerned that two kids are out at 2 o'clock in the morning, yet I'm absolutely scared shitless at the same time, filled with dread. And they can't quite figure out, how one reconciles with the other.
Well, yeah.
So they
Shit
definitely
is a
create
good
this
word.
fear in people.
Yeah, it really doesn't cover the sheer gut wrenching feeling from, I don't know, your rib cage to your balls. Everything got twisted up that first time, and the second time it was on the same level, and it's just this like massive feeling of helplessness that came with it as well. I tell you what, I won't be feeling
they're not actually in our reality. They're in a parallel reality that's how they're able to be in Manchester and Finland, for example. I mean, there's an overlap of realities here. They're not in our reality. That's why the movement can be peculiar, I think. It's this ultra. They're not. I don't think they're aliens. I think they're what are called, these ultra types, which are indigenous to the planet. Some people think they're aliens. Some people mistake them for aliens. Some people mistake them for vampires and demons. And they kind of behave like birth in a sense, because what they're after is your
and the clothing.
Human
What's
life.
Clothing? The clothing just looked odd. It just didn't sort of match, as if the shoes were too big and the pants were out of size. And
quite often people will say they're wearing like Victorian, not right clothing, like out of time Victorian or strange clothing that doesn't seem to fit with, the 2020 or whenever it's happening. So that's another consistency in the story.
Byron, what time was it when they come by your house?
Early evening, 6:30, 7 o'clock. Very dark in Finland then. It's dark a lot of the time through the winter, obviously. It's a very dark country through the winter months and very daylight in the summer. But it was afternoon, like I said, late afternoon in Manchester, an early evening in Finland.
Did you feel like you lost any time? Because sometimes there's an element of almost hypnosis involved as well. Like you fall under hypnotic suggestion and you're fighting with this hypnotic suggestion. And sometimes there's this sense that people lost a few minutes of time.
No, I didn't feel any time loss. I did sort of find myself aware that I was doing something that I didn't want to do.
Mm-hmm.
That was the car, because I found myself like leaving my hand to go to the door, and that's when the keys sort of dropped to the floor and pulled me back into some sort of reality. It was kind of immediate then at that point. It's as if something else took over, because I was just like, grab the keys and bosh, I was like pretty much powered out of there.
I can imagine.
Sorry?
Too. I said I can imagine I would have been gone as fast as possible too.
I don't know. I mean, I've come up across wild pigs in my day, big ones, and not had that sense of worry. I say worry is a really light word for this. I'm talking about something that just gets your insides and just rips them into a tight ball. Like even now, it just still gives me the absolute shakes. I talk to this about some people I know, and they're just looking at me like, you're scared of something like that? What the hell? Who are you? You're not the sort of person I know. And so eventually I stopped talking about it to people. It's just, I don't know. I think you might be right in some ways that they've identified me for something, but whatever it is, they are not human. I can promise you.
No, they're not. They're ultra-dimensional beings. I mean, that's the hypothesis, and I think they fall in. As I was talking earlier, I think they fall into the same category as demons and vampires and succubi, incubi, the old hag. They're sort of an entity that is parasitic. It feeds off human fear and sex energy, if you want. And so long as you're giving them that fear, they're getting something of what they want, what they survive on. But it's more or less, they make it more or less excuse me, more or less impossible not to experience fear, because it's almost a hypnotic suggestion that you should be frightened, and the black eyes always usually do it. When people notice those black eyes.
Yeah, they certainly succeeded, I can tell you. So much so, I mean, I was considering it anyway, but me and the wife sold the house, pretty much 6 months after that. We've moved somewhere else now, but we're still in Finland. But, that wasn't the main reason for moving house, but I was really happy to actually do it,
Byron.
Did you ever get any sort of precognition that you might see them again, or was there can you think of any pattern in your emotional life?
What, if I do see them again, I am not going to hesitate. I will shoot one of them, I swear to God.
But what I'm trying to get at is, can you see any parallel about your emotional state at the time that these two events took place, or not?
Well, no. I mean, I was quite pumped up and hyped to go to the concert, and it was just another regular day for me in Finland. So, no, there was nothing. I'm a positive, happy guy normally,
Yeah.
It's only when I start thinking about that subject it starts freaking me out.
Yeah, that's the question I had, was whether or not you were sad or depressed at the time.
No. I'm a happy guy generally. 90% of the time I'm smiling. Got 4 children, 30 years of a relationship, very stable here. I don't have any depressions or ups and downs that way.
So, Gary, do you have any advice for Byron?
Well, it's difficult. My first advice is don't let them in. Try not to be afraid of them. Try to be angry, as I already said. Try to use anger. If you are frightened, getting angry, anger sort of supersedes fear. So I learned this from my father when I was a kid, with poltergeist activity in the house that was scaring me stupid as well. And I realized that if I got angry, I seemed to shut the force of energy that was allowing the poltergeist to manifest. And I think that there will be some similarity with these things. Those are about the only pieces of advice I could give. Now, if they bother you again, I would possibly look for outside help, and I would probably go to an occultist who knew about such things and was able to perhaps engage in some exorcism or something along those lines, or some protection.
So are we talking ultra-dimensional beings here, then, or more so than, how do you say, demons or vampires?
I think they're one and the same thing. I mean, as humanity's passed through time and cultures, these things have been called different things at different times. But I happen to believe, and I know quite a few others that do, from all different backgrounds, that these things have been around as long as we have. So you tend to call them whatever is in vogue at the time. This alien designation is because, since 1950s, there's been a lot of interest in ufology and alien encounters. And so this is just a new way of looking at them. But you can go back 1,000 years, and the North American Indians were experiencing these black-eyed kids in the forest, attempting to steal their souls. So they've been around a long, long time. And I think they kind of overlap with us dimensionally. They see us as providing some food, some energy, and they know how to work us.
100% that these things are like completely sentient. I mean, the way the guy like gesticulated with his thumb and hand in a waving motion towards my van and just said, better car than you had in Manchester in English, it just, I don't, it sounds like there's some sort of, I don't know, mocking, jocular kind of behavior in there as well,
Yeah. I mean, the idea that these intradimensional beings are also, there's a guy called Alan Greenfield, and he written a couple of books, and I'm going to be talking to him in a month's time. He thinks that, you know, the sort of demons that Aleister Crowley was summoning up as a magician and having recite books to him were essentially the same kind of being. So depending on the era and what the current vogue is, we see them in different guises. But this, I can assure you that these black-eyed kids go back a long, long time. They are all over the world. I've been told,
kids?
you know, it's just a North American phenomenon, but it's not. It's all over the world.
Right. Okay. Okay. Yeah. These kids
you made my flesh crawl as well again. Because before you came on, I was saying that, you know, I collect stories at one of these paranormal websites and have done for years. And the first time I got a black-eyed kid story was about 5 years ago. I'd never heard of them. And until that point, I was fairly blasé, you know. Here's another story about X, you know. And then I got this first story in, and I was like, my goodness me, I don't think I dare go to bed tonight, you know.
Yeah, I'll swap that feeling. Yeah. So I sort of tried to look at this thing. I wasn't too sure on the terminology of what to call these things, and then it sort of popped up on I think, was it YouTube or something somewhere, and I was just like, oh my God, that fits something similar, you know.
Yeah.
You know, even then it took me a long time because you know, it was from the 86, you know, right through, and I tried very hard through my life to put that stuff behind me, but when I actually sort of fell onto it, I sort of tried kind of hard to be a bit more, how do you say, open to fringe thoughts, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And when I sort of course, my favorite one, which I kind of giggle at myself, even though it might be real, is the Bigfoot one, you know? And I was thinking, okay. Then I think it was following one of those videos I watched. There was, is it Paulides, David Paulides?
Paulides,
he was talking about missing.
Yeah,
people that go missing.
411, yeah.
And then I started thinking to myself, oh my God, you know, what happens if I would just go missing, if that was the case, you know? And this black-eyed kid thing showed up somewhere on YouTube, and everything just sort of made more sense. But this this latest, you know, sort of happening, you know, in 2018, just, I don't know, it just scared me to the point where I got to tell somebody, you know, to talk to about it with somebody that actually has either A, an idea, or B, sort of understanding it a bit more. You know, it's not the sort of thing I want to share with my family either too much, scaring my kids or something.
Yeah, you sent me that email, and I was like, yeah, I gotta get somebody on, and we're gonna talk about this because that was quite a story you sent me in the email. I mean, quite a story you said you told today. So
yeah, very good. And it's funny because in the internet, this whole phenomena is always thought to be a recent urban myth spread by a guy called Brian Bethel, who had an encounter like your car encounter in 1998, and he put it on a bulletin board on the internet, and it kind of went viral. And then in 2012, he was on some TV show telling his story, and after that,
God,
everybody started coming out the woodwork.
I'm happy to get my story out if it helps anybody. Yeah. I'm not writing books, and I'm not doing websites, and I'm certainly not interested in.
But your story, your original story, goes back even further. As I was saying, these stories, they have been going on for a long time in all sorts of places: Australia, Europe. It's the, you know, if you are wanting to sort of take an additional step, I may know somebody in North America that might be able to help. So afterwards, if you want to reach out or something, I can try to hook you up. I can't promise anything, but there's a guy I know in Massachusetts that might be able to help. If you know, I wouldn't do anything unless it happens again. Put it that way.
Okay.
You don't want to.
I wouldn't say I'm paranoid these days, but I'm very close to keeping security very high now. So
Yeah. So Byron, when we're done here later on today, I'll email you Gary's email, and
hey, yeah, that would be great. Yeah,
you guys can correspond.
Yeah.
That's really good news. Yeah, excellent. Thank you.
All right, Byron.
Thanks. So thanks for listening as well. And you've given me a little bit of relief. I feel I'm not crazy with this thing.
Nope, not at all.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Hey, have a good night, guys. And
All right, Byron. Thanks for coming.
All right, guys. Thank you. Bye.
All right. Bye-bye. Well, Gary,
Yeah.
what'd you think?
Well, it sounded, I mean, you can hear in his voice. I mean, sounds real McCoy. And it has many, many consistencies with all the, with some of the other stories. I mean, in my book, at the end of the book, I give a list of similar characteristics of all the encounters that have been brought to my attention. And, he checks on about 90% of them, I would say. So,
yeah, I mean,
we just listened to a bona fide encounter with black-eyed kids.
How about that, huh?
Yeah, interesting.
And you get into the line of work of podcasting, and you never know what you're going to get. And I was reading that story, and I mean, I was reading that story like, wow, like this is something special here. I got to get somebody on, and we were able to work out a show like this. So, hey man, you want to tell everybody where they can find you?
Yeah, sure. So I actually go under the name of G. Michael Vasy for as an author. At one time, I was trying to sort of keep my identity semi-separate from my day life, but didn't work. But I've kept the G. Michael Vasy anyway. So G. Michael Vasy, you can buy my books on Amazon. I do a podcast myself called The Magical World of G. Michael Vasy. You can get that on Spreaker, Apple, all the usual platforms. And if you have a story to tell and you'd like to tell somebody, then pop over to myhauntedlife2.com. That's myhauntedlife2, as in, again, not the number 2, but TOO.com. And give us your story and we'll put it up and see what kind of response we get.
All right. And we'll be right back on Conflict Radio right after this. And welcome back. That was G. Michael Vasy, or Gary, as he likes to be called. I guess his print name is G. Michael Vasy. Be sure to check out his podcast. It actually is pretty good, The Magical World of G. Michael Vasy. That's going to do it for us today. We're going to wrap it up. We will be back for our next show as usual. Until then, batten down the hatches and be safe. All right, guys. That was the second episode of our 3-episode marathon. And we're going to go into the third episode here pretty soon. Let's see here. I got to do this, and then I got to do this, and do this, and do this. All right, guys. We'll see you at the end of this. I hope you guys have been enjoying our best of season 1. And when this one's over, we'll wrap it up, and we're going to do another 3 episodes here in a little bit later on today. I hope everyone is enjoying, and if anything, give a thumbs up because it helps reach people who don't know that we're back yet. And the sooner we can get people to realize we're coming back, the better it'll be. So enjoy episode 36, Strange Things in the Woods and Missing People with Steve Stockton. You're listening to Conflict Radio on the Conflict Radio Network. Greetings and welcome to Conflict Radio. Today is October 13th, 2020, and today we're going to be talking with Steve Stockton. Steve Stockton has written many books. He's a great storyteller, including My Strange World. He co-authored We Are All Children in the Wilderness of the Afterlife, A Guided Tour Through a Haunted Life. He co-authored that with Cisco Murdoch. And he also wrote Strange Things in the Woods, a collection of terrifying tales. Now, the new version of that we're going to talk to him about is a collection of basically both books combined into one. And we're just going to get right to it. We'll be right back on Conflict Radio with Steve Stockton right after this. Well, welcome back to Conflict Radio. We've got Steve Stockton on the phone. He's the author of Strange Things in the Woods, a collection of terrifying tales. He has also co-authored We Are the Children in the Wilderness of the Afterlife, a guided tour through a haunted life with Cisco Murdoch. Steve, how are you doing today? You there?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on.
Man, it certainly is an honor that, you were able to take the time to join our show today. You want to tell us about, I guess, your most recent book?
Well, the most recent one would probably be My Strange World, which that's a book of my own encounters. And the way that came about, my first book, Strange Things in the Woods, that was stories that I'd collected basically all my life from family and friends of family and things like that. And I put all those together. And then after that came out, I would go on shows like yours. And invariably, either the host or if it was a call-in show, the callers would say, well, these are other people's stories. What about you? Have you ever had any experiences? And I've had a lifetime of strange things happen to me. So I would pull out one or the other and tell that. And I got to thinking about that. And I thought, well, there's probably enough here for a book. And there was actually probably enough for another one if I ever get around to writing it. But that's how My Strange World came about. And that's the most recent one, unless you count the one I did with Cisco. We did that after, but that's really her book.
So what are some of the experiences that you've had? Could you tell us some?
Well, I saw my first full body apparition when I was 6 years old. I saw what looked like a toddler it's a long story, but looked like a toddler that ran across the street at an angle down into our yard. And if you've ever noticed kids when they just barely mastered walking, sometimes they'll start running and then don't really know how to stop, and they just crash and burn and fall down. Well, this kid runs across the road into our yard, gets about 15 feet or so into the yard, falls down, and he was gone. I didn't take my eyes off the spot. I was probably not more than 100 feet away from it and walked straight to it, and nothing there. No kid, nothing I could have mistaken for a kid. No hole that a kid could have fallen into or anything like that. To this day, I have no idea what that was all about. I did some research on the road there. Never been any kid hit by a car or anything that I could find. And a lot of the people that lived on, it was a inverted T intersection, and the main road that came down, that was where my grandparents' dairy farm was and had been there for decades. So they knew everything and everybody. And my grandmother on that side, she was a self-proclaimed gypsy witch, and she told fortunes. She liked to read tea leaves and coffee grounds, animal entrails. That was how she predicted how their crops were going to be and things next year. In addition to the dairy farm, they had vegetable farming too. But she was well-versed in all things supernatural and paranormal. They came out of the spiritualism movement around the turn of the last century. And another thing, just being from the part of Appalachia, this was in West Knoxville, but she was from Cades Cove in that area of the Smokies, and just superstition runs rife up there. She knew how to interpret the signs, as they say, but usually everything was a bad omen, some sort of portent or a warning. But I asked her about that, and she just said, well, sometimes you'll see things that nobody else sees, or you'll see things that's actually meant for somebody else and you just happen to see it. But it basically, the supernatural's way of letting you know that, you're different and that you do see things and experience things. And that's, I was thinking I was around 13 when she told me that, and I just accepted that. Like, okay. But that's just one, that was the first real incident, that kind of, and it didn't scare me at all. It made me curious, like, what was that? I knew kids didn't run across the road and fall down and disappear. And it just that was the impetus. That was what started me in a lifelong journey into the paranormal and the supernatural. not long after, back then about the only real TV show you had was Leonard Nimoy, In Search Of, and that played on the public broadcast affiliate there in East Tennessee. So that really turned me on. And then I found books by Frank Edwards, Hans Holzer, people like that at the library. And, that just, there you go. Once it gets its tentacles into yours or its talons, I think it just, it gets a grip on you. And the thing about it, just despite all the years that I've been into all this, I have more questions than answers, but that's part of the fun. I mean, there's some things I wouldn't want the answer. That would take a lot of fun out of it. The thrills in the chase, I guess.
So do you think that our reality is the reality that is, or we're just kind of, we're the out of place beings? You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's so many different schools of thought on that when you get into quantum physics and portals and black holes and that time, some people say time isn't linear, or that it is, but there's several different time streams, and that would explain the Mandela effect and things like that. It's fascinating to think about, and my answer is I don't really know, but it's fun to think about. I think there is a lot more out there than what we see in our physical world, and the physical laws and things that we have, that it doesn't necessarily apply to the other worlds that we live in concert with, that are unseen perhaps for the most part.
Yeah. It definitely is interesting to think about, all of the different realities and perception of dimensions and things that, I mean, we really don't have any idea what any of this is.
Right. I mean, even things like time and space, the way we measure that is by ways that we've come up with. So, that's just our version of it. Who knows how things really work, especially when you consider that something like space is infinite, that there is no end to it. And, it boggles the mind. That's one of those things. I'm an insomniac. I rarely sleep more than 2 or 3 hours a night. But if I do lay down and I'm awake at night, that's the kind of things that roll around in my head. It's just pondering the universe and our place in it.
So what would you say your scariest experience would be?
Well, there's 3 that kind of tie for first. Well, one more so than others. The absolute most frightened I've ever been, I had a black-eyed kids encounter back in the 90s. And it was just such an irrational fear. And I think that was the thing that was the most scary about it, is 2 little girls, but, with black eyes. But I'd never felt such a fear. And I've had things chase me in the woods. Those are the other 2 in the top 3 there. But something about those black-eyed kids, there was just such a prevalence, such a sense of evil, such a feeling, an aura of evil, if you will, that came off of them. And I'm still today, I'm at a loss to explain it. When I recount that story, and it's another lengthy one, but I relive that. There's almost a trauma, sort of a post-traumatic component of that.
Did they get you while you were in your car, or did they knock on your door?
I was trying to get into my car. I'll tell a shortened version of it here. I was working doing network administration for a medical company in West Knoxville, and I was moonlighting doing the same thing for other firms. And I had a comprehensive breast center that was redoing their network, and this was early mid-90s. They were just coming off the dumb terminals to where they were going to have computers at every station, actual computer. So I was in there wiring their network, and I'd go in after hours. I'd start around 6 or 7 in the evening after I'd finished my day-to-day job, and work till midnight or after. And this time I was getting close to finishing. It'd been about an 8-week contract, I think. And it was about 2:00 in the morning. And I came out, locked the door and everything behind me. I was the only one there, had access codes and keys to the building. And I come out to a deserted parking lot, except for my car. And I notice over on the far edge of the parking lot, there's 2 children sitting on the curb. And I thought, well, that's weird, because number one, it was in more of an industrial business type area. There were other doctors' offices and some industrial stuff, warehouses and things like that in this particular area. No homes or anything around. I thought, that's strange for these kids to be out here 2 o'clock in the morning where there's no houses or apartment complexes or anything nearby. And at the time I was driving a little Mazda Miata, and I was trying to get all my networking tools and cable and everything in the back of it. And Miata, the trunk on them's not much bigger than the glove box on some cars. So it was like playing Tetris, trying to get everything in there. And I look up, and they've stood up and they've started walking, and they get a little closer and a little closer. And I never actually saw them walk. Excuse me. What had happened, I think, was whenever I'd look away from them, that was when they walked. But every time I looked up, they were standing closer, just standing. And finally, they got up under the street light that was there in the parking lot. And that was about half the length of the parking lot, maybe 15 yards away from me at this point. And I noticed that, they don't look right. And I could see once they got under the light there that they had literally no eyes, or eyes that were blacker than black. And there was a taller one and a shorter one. I'd say the taller one was probably maybe 12 or 13-ish. The other one, I would say 10. They both appeared to be female. And by the time they got to where I could see them, the taller one began speaking, not to me, but about me to the shorter one. The shorter one never spoke, but the taller one launched into this almost like a litany. It was, he'll have to let us in the car. He'll give us a ride. He won't leave us out here. It's cold. It's dark. We're all alone, but just over and over and over nonstop. And I thought, okay, this is getting really weird. So I'm trying to get everything in my car and get out of there. And by the time I finally fumbled around and got everything in the car, fumbled with the door handle. It had a billet style handle on it, and I couldn't get in. I'd left the top down. So I jumped over the door, get into the car, had trouble starting the car, of course. And by this point, they're right up to the car within distance of touching it if they wanted to. And the taller one is still, he'll give us a ride. He won't leave us here. He'll let us in his car. He has to. And finally, the engine roars to life, and I took off, and I actually drove down through the lawn of the place rather than backing out and going out the way I should have. Went through the grass, jumped the curb, hit the road. And just as soon as I left, I had this eerie feeling. And first of all, the fear that I felt coming off this, it was incredible. The only fear I could liken it to was the times that I have been chased by something in the woods, but on an even greater scale than that. It was a feral, not even a fight or flight type thing. It was just flight. There was absolutely no fight to it. But the whole way, I kept looking like over my shoulder and in the rearview mirrors of the car, even glancing over at the seat like I expected them just to show up in the car or be running along beside it or right behind it in the mirror, which, that's just so irrational. And I'm usually a pretty rational, analytic person. And at the time, the girl I was dating only lived a couple miles away, and I'd planned to go and spend the night there so I could get as much sleep as I could and then get to my regular gig in the morning. But when I left, I went the other direction, went to my parents' house, which was in Oak Ridge, about 20, 25 minutes away. And going down, there's a connector there, highway, Pillsippi Parkway. It runs between the airport, the interstate, and then into Oak Ridge. And driving down Pillsippi Parkway, of course, it's a big 4-lane with turnouts, but I was doing like 90 and 100 miles an hour just because I wanted to put as much distance as I could between myself and these little girls. Same thing, kept looking back, looking behind me, looking in the mirror, and not for the police. I wasn't worried about the police. The police would have been welcome at that point. Get to my parents' house, I pull in the driveway and go all the way around behind the house and park, which I'd never done before, parked in the grass. And then spent the rest of the night peeking out the windows and making sure everything was locked up until daylight. And then I called into my regular gig and said, I won't be in today, and went to sleep. Again, I have no explanation. That was my only encounter, but it was just that fear. And like I said, I'm usually pretty fearless. There's only 2 other times in my life that I've genuinely been scared by something like that. And that one's, I'd say it's the top. There's kind of a trifecta there. There's the other two were things that got after me in the woods, but those are other stories. But yeah, the black-eyed kids, and I was real, as much as I talk about the paranormal and have written about it and stuff, I've never written that one down. And I was reticent to tell it for a long, long time. And the reason being, I'm part Cherokee, and the elders, excuse me, the elders will tell you that there's certain things you don't talk about just because it feeds off that energy of fear, or just even thinking about it or discussing it can give it power over you. And for a long time, I didn't want to talk about it because I essentially relive it. You can probably hear it in my voice now. I get kind of nervous. My palms sweat when I talk about that again.
We had a guest on. I actually got an email from a listener who sent me a story of a black-eyed kids, and I actually reached out to him and got him on the show, and you should listen to it. And then I had an expert join us as well, and it was a three-way conversation with the three of us, and it was an interesting tale. Now, what happened was he also, I guess that's what the black-eyed kids do. They try to get a ride somewhere when you're getting into your car. And what happened with this guy was about 20 years later, the same kids knocked on his door. So if I were you, I'd be very careful about who you're opening up your door for. Don't just open up your door. Make sure you look out the window and make sure it's not those black-eyed kids if you get a knock on your door, because they're still out there and they're going to find you.
Oh, wow. Yeah, the first time I ever told it was on the old Art Bell show, one of his later incarnations. Mm-hmm. And Art was sick that night. Heather Wade, his producer, was a man in the microphone. And she and I are friends apart from all this, and she knew about the story, and she kind of goaded me into telling it live on the air, which I did. And then later that night, this was probably more like 4 or 5 in the morning, there was a real loud knock at the door. And I have motion detectors, I have security cameras, perimeter alarm. I know before anybody gets anywhere near my door. Nothing showed up on any of that. Not only was there a knock, but it was followed by a high-pitched scream that sounded like it started on the porch, came through the house, and went out the back of the house. And no idea what that was. My adult daughter was living with me at the time. I ran to her room and flung the door open. I'm like, "Are you okay?" And she's like, she was sound asleep. And I kind of explained what had happened, and she said, "I told you not to talk about those damn black-eyed kids." So it's one of those things. And a lot of times when I tell it like this, I'll have something weird happen. So we'll see if anything happens this time. But I hadn't heard of them coming back like that, and the fact that they were still kids, because that was one of the things I've wondered. I've noticed here lately, I've seen some reports of black-eyed adults showing up. And if you think about that, some of these reports, some of the earlier ones, first ones, were in the 90s. If you think about that, if they were kids then, if they age like we do, they're adults now. So is that where the black-eyed men and women that are showing up now, are they kids, black-eyed kids from the past? Or this one that you were talking about there, it looked like they remained the same, that they hadn't aged. So that throws a whole new twist into the story.
Yeah, I just my natural sense and curiosity, and I hear that when you hear about them and you talk about them, like we are now, that your chances of seeing them improve. So who knows? Maybe I'll see them now too. That we've talked about them and brought them up. So
well, whatever you do, don't let them in. I've only heard one story of somebody that let them in, and supposedly right after just all these tragedies befell, her husband, I think, died, and then she came down with some strange form of cancer, and just basically, I can't remember the lady's name, but I've heard her give her story, and basically just turned her life into living hell after she let them in. And I think once they were in, then they just disappeared, or they left or something. Strange, but yeah.
Do you think it's possible that they're ghosts?
I think it's something other than ghosts. I think it's some sort of entity for sure, but I don't know what their purpose is, what they're up to. But you think about that, there's always, in the modern era anyway, there's always some kind of sightings of things that are almost normal, but not quite. Like during the 40s and 50s, when you had that UFO flap, you had the Men in Black, which, they drove nice new cars, they wore nice new suits, but there was something off about them. They spoke with an accent, or their skin didn't look right, or they seemed robotic. Well, then later on, you have things like, say, the Phantom Clowns. Again, it's clowns. Everybody loves clowns, but these are weird, creepy clowns that come out of the woods and chase people. And then you have, like the black-eyed kids. Oh, kids, everybody likes kids, who would not let a kid in. But then it's creepy kids with black eyes and strange clothing. So it's like there's something out there that maybe keeps trying to send something to infiltrate or talk to us or intimidate us or whatever, but they just can't quite get it right. But I was on Where'd the Road Go with Soraya Askath one night, and we were talking about that. And I said, maybe there's something that is more successful and that we haven't heard about it, because people did let it in, and that's why you never heard what happened. And I said, if I ever go missing, it's probably because there was black-eyed bikini models with pizza and heavy metal records that showed up at my door. So there are certain people that you would let in, and there's, of course, a kid. To this day, I mean, I probably wouldn't have let a kid back in back then, but I certainly wouldn't now. I would offer to call somebody for them, or but I'm not going to take them anywhere. I'm not letting them in. I'm not coming out where they are. I'll talk to you through the screen door, and you're lucky if I do that.
Yeah. So let's move on to We Are All Children in the Wilderness of the Afterlife. Now, this is an interesting book, isn't it, the way it's been written?
Oh, absolutely. And Soraya is also involved with that one. The way that started, I'd been on Soraya's show a couple of times, and he messaged me one day, and he's like, I've got somebody that I think you'd like to meet, that you would enjoy talking to. And it was Cisco Murdoch. And I don't know if she had been on his show or if she had just been corresponding with him, but she's got just a wealth of information and encounters and things that she's had. So he put us together, and some of our experiences were similar, and our childhoods were similar in a way. She's from New Jersey by way of Alabama and spent time in both states. I may have that turned around, but anyway, I'd grown up in East Tennessee. She grew up in northern Alabama to some degree. So we had that in common. And I remember it was on a Sunday, and I went and sat out on the back porch to take the call. And it was full daylight, probably. It was in the afternoon, early afternoon, I think. And by the time we finished, it was full dark. And we had talked for, if I recall, and she can probably tell you for sure, it was around 6 hours, maybe 7 hours that we talked just pretty much nonstop. And just, she had all these stories and encounters. And I kept after her, like, Cisco, you need to write this down. You need to write these stories. And I explained how my book originally came about. As the real epiphany was my grandmother's funeral when I was 13. And I was looking at her in the coffin there, and I thought, all those stories, all those tales, all those superstitions, everything she ever taught me or told me or scared me. I was scared of her when I was little. She looked like a witch. And I thought, it's all right there with her, and it gets buried with her, unless I take that mantle to retell these stories, to remember these stories. And that was when I decided to first start committing things to print, even just writing it out for myself as a way of remembrance of all these stories, because she had 10 kids, my mother, and 9 boys. So talk about a rough upbringing. You couldn't get anything past my mother. With 9 boys in the family,
Yeah.
and she the only girl, she knew all the tricks. I couldn't get away with anything. But my other cousins didn't have any interest in stuff like I did. I was my grandma's favorite when it came to that, because of the paranormal aspect. And according to her, I was born with a caul over my face. That's a big thing in the South. And all it is, it's the afterbirth is still over the face of the baby, and they remove it. But in the Appalachians, that's a sign that a child has second sight or is blessed, or is fortunate or whatever. And she took that to heart and ran with it. So I instantly became her favorite. But anyway, yeah, and that's how I got started. And I told Cisco that story, and it really impressed her, I think. And she's like, I'm going to do it. And then finally she agreed. It was much later on, several months after that, I think. She said, okay, I'm going to do it, but you're coming with me. And I'm like, wait, what? And she said, what I want to do, I want to tell a story, and then I want you to come along behind it and comment, tell an anecdotal story, something similar, like almost like a color commentary in sports, and I agreed to do that because I wanted her to get the book out there, and we ended up that way. And when she was writing it, excuse me, she would send me a chapter, I'd read it, and then write my thoughts and things. And I kept waiting until everything was finished before I sent her my parts. And I ended up, she loved it. I didn't have to change a thing. And a lot of them, I really had to rein myself in because I didn't want to overshadow and take away from such a wonderful story that she had told.
Mm-hmm. Could you tell us one of the stories in the book that you thought was the most interesting?
In Cisco's book, definitely. Well, there's so many. It's almost like picking a favorite child. I will say the chapter on Gettysburg that alone is worth the price of the book. She's had some really amazing ghostly adventures in Gettysburg. That one is among my favorites. Another one in there talks about something odd that her mom ran over with the car once when they were little, when she was little, anyway, that she couldn't figure out what was. And oddly enough, I had a very similar story in my book that happened to one of my uncles and some cousins, and probably in about the same area. They lived in Scottsboro, Alabama, and they were driving up to East Tennessee to visit my grandmother. They were in two cars, one behind the other. And they were going through a swampy area, old 2-lane highway, and something was crawling across the road. My uncle, who was driving the lead car, the one that actually hit it, he thought it looked like a big cat. Like they have sightings of those in Appalachia, even though they tell you they don't exist. Black panthers or painter cats, they call them down there. Well, whatever it was black. It was in the road, and he hit it. And my cousin, who was driving the car behind, said it looked like a guy in a wetsuit crawling across the road. So they get farther on up the road. They didn't stop or slow down at that point. But when they get to my grandmother's, which was probably another hour away at that point, there was blood all over the front of the car and down the sides. And they decided to go back. My uncle was like, to his son, like, we probably better go back and look. We may have killed somebody. So they drive back. They find the place. There's nobody, no carcass, nothing there. There is some blood on the pavement and on the car. And they said they watched the news and the papers and things for weeks. Was there a missing scuba diver or any report of somebody finding a body, either of a human or of a large animal? Nothing. So again, no idea what that was. Well, Cisco had a very similar story, and probably around the same area, where her and her mom, I won't tell too many of her stories here, she'll skim me alive, but her and her mom were driving and hit something with the car. It was something black. It was in the road, felt the car go over it, and they were afraid to get out of the car. They thought it was under the car. But again, kind of the same thing. There was nothing there, no evidence of anything having been there other than the impact with the car and the car bumping up and down. No explanation. Apparently there's a swampy area in northern Alabama where there's stuff that likes to crawl out of the swamp and get hit with cars.
Huh. Oh, that's interesting. The weirdest thing, I also live in Alabama. I'm in the Rocket City. And the weirdest thing that happened to me down here, I was with a bunch of friends. I guess I was about 18 or 19 years old. And we were driving through the country. We were going to start a fire, like a little campfire out in the middle of the, nowhere. And we were driving along the road just looking for trash or kindling or something to help get the fire going because it was a little wet. And we come across a cardboard box that was on the side of the road. And we thought, wow, that'd be perfect, to help get the fire going. And we hopped out of the car and went to grab the box, and inside was a cow's head.
Oh, wow.
Just a cow's head. It was completely severed, like in a straight line, and just a cow's head in a cardboard box on the side of the road. It was, we didn't take it. We didn't take the box. we just
things
got
like
out
that
of there.
make you wonder what's going on,
Yeah, it's just a cow's head in a cardboard box on the side of the road. It was the weirdest
I've
thing.
heard other stories. To my uncle, his family lived in Scottsboro, but my cousin married a guy, and they lived out in Skyline. Now, I don't remember where that is in relation to Scottsboro, if it's north, south, east, or west, but I know it's nearby. But it's kind of a remote area. And there were stories out there where they lived of a lot of cult like activity out in the woods. They'd see fires and hear people chanting, and then see evidence of animal sacrifice and things like that. I don't know what that was all about, and that was years ago. I heard those stories back in the 80s.
Yeah, there's definitely some weird stuff that goes on in the country of Alabama, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Now, you said you were Cherokee, right? Well,
Mhm.
you were raised in Eastern Tennessee. Now, have you heard about the Cherokee Little People?
Oh, yeah. I've got a video I have a YouTube channel called 13 Past Midnight. I've got a video on there called Little People, the Smokies. That's a very prevalent story, especially among the Cherokee. Now, I'm only an eighth Cherokee. It's on my dad's side, but I heard a lot of the stories and things, and yeah, it's a legend there. And
wasn't it like in the 1820s they found like 100,000 graves of these little people in Eastern Tennessee? Have you heard about that?
I've heard about that. I have no verification of it or anything, but I've heard that, and I've heard that there were skeletons and things found too. So
yeah, I guess they call them the moon-eyed people.
Yeah. And the Cherokee, they respected them, but they didn't have a lot to do with them, and considered them dangerous and responsible for all kinds of things,
Yeah,
stealing babies, and
something to do with a giant snake as well.
yeah, there's the Cherokee were just such storytellers. They've got a legend for everything you can think of, every bug, every flower, every tree. Every lake up there's got some kind of legend attached to it. There's a lake there in the Smokies that supposedly devours animals. There's a Cherokee legend of a deer wading out into a lake, and suddenly it's surrounded by a whirlpool. Deer goes out of sight, and then just the fur and the bones remained floated to the surface.
Wow.
So, and then you've got stories like Spearfinger, which was a shapeshifter, or a skinwalker, if you will, that could take on any form, but she usually appeared as an kindly old grandmotherly type that was lost in the woods and needed your help getting home. But Spearfinger, the name comes from one of her fingers was replaced with a long piece of black obsidian that was sharpened to a point, and she liked to steal people's livers and eat them, particularly children. Now, some of this you wonder if it wasn't just cautionary tales to keep the kids out of the woods at night, but there is something in those woods, and in the Smokies in particular. I mean, you have a lot of missing person cases there where no trace of them's ever found, like the Dennis Martin case from '69, Trini Gibson from, I think she disappeared in '77, '78, '79, somewhere around in there, Thelma Pauline Melton in the '80s, on up to there's been disappearances there in recent times. And if you follow David Politis and his missing 411 stuff, he covers those cases and talks about them a lot. There's something there, and it's not just in the Smokies. I think it's everywhere in the woods and mountains. And even out here on the West Coast, you have Mount Shasta down in California, just below the Oregon border, and it's had all kinds of legends. There's robots, there's races of people that live underground, there's UFOs, there's according to the Native American tribes in that area, there are rocks that will open up and swallow people and then close back. So
well,
maybe there's your explanation for the disappearances.
Yeah, that's another thing. I guess there's a lot of Indian lore about the reptilians and a big war that happened out around Utah where the reptilians were pushed underground.
Hmm. And I think that's where a lot of your legends, especially in the Uinta Basin there in Utah, where the Skinwalker Ranch is. And that's supposedly all that happens on that ranch because it's under a curse by, I think it was a Navajo medicine man. I think you have the Navajo and the Ute out there, if I'm correct. And there was a war between them, and then supposedly they banded together and fought these reptile people that came from the stars, that came from the sky in their legends. So yeah, there's a lot of weird stuff out there too. It's everywhere. If once you start looking into this and delving into it, you find all these legends and all these things that have happened in different places. And a lot of times you'll hear similar stories. I don't know if that's just an urban legend thing or what, but like the Crybaby Bridge, you have those everywhere. And I mean, there's famous ones in Texas and New Jersey and places like that. But I found like getting out into little small communities in Tennessee and Kentucky, that if you talk to either the oldest people you can find or the teenagers, they always know the best local legends or stuff that has gone on there. And that Crybaby Bridge is everywhere. And, you know, is it one of those things? I mean, has there really been that many women that went crazy and flung their babies off bridges? Or was it just told in a way that it passed from person to person, from community to region, and so on? But I've heard some of the same tales from some of the same eras in regions that were quite a distance apart. My dad grew up in Middle Tennessee on the Cumberland Plateau in Fentress County. My mom grew up in the Cades Cove area, and right on the border there with North Carolina in the Smokies. But when they compared stories, they realized that they had heard some of the same exact stories growing up, but with just a different location. The versions my dad had heard were local to his area, and my mom had heard stuff local to the Smokies, but it was the same story. So I wonder if it was just, you know, at a time when oral communication was how most news was spread. You know, there's a lot of those people didn't have radios or anything like that. So maybe just, and the South has a great oral tradition anyway. That's what I blame for me talking so much like I'm doing now. Love to talk, and it's in our nature to tell stories and recount things that have happened. And that was a winter pastime when you couldn't farm or hunt or fish. You gathered around the wood stove, and if you didn't have a radio, you told stories.
So, Strange Things in the Woods. You've redone that book and re-released it, correct?
Yeah, with a traditional publisher, and they redid it. Actually, when I first published it, it was in 2 volumes, Strange Things in the Woods and More Strange Things in the Woods. So I found out I had enough tales to at least fill one more book and probably a couple more besides. And when I went with the new publisher, they decided to combine those 2 books into one. And there's some extra stuff in there too. New cover, re-released it. They brought it out in paperback and in an audiobook version too. So really excited about that. It's doing great. And I've been on a lot of amazing shows talking about it, because with that publishing machine came a publicist and things like that, you know, that really opened a lot of doors for me. I've been on Coast to Coast and, you know, stuff like that. Just, it's a dream come true. If there's anything I enjoy almost as much, if not more, than writing, it's coming on shows like yours and talking about it. I love to interact with people.
Yeah, and just so all the listeners know, I'm looking at the book right now on Amazon, and it says audio or Audible audiobook is $0.00 free with Audible trial.
Yeah, if you sign up for Audible subscription, you get so many credits you can use for free. You can get my book there. And I think I even have a link there. I think it's audible.com/Steve Stockton. I'll find out for sure. You can put in the show notes if you want. But you can get some extras and stuff that way if you use my link to sign up. Now, I have gotten a little bit of feedback off that. There's a lot of people, because I do narration and stuff. I have my YouTube channel, 13 Past Midnight, and I also narrate for Missing Persons and Mysteries channel. A lot of people tell me they like to listen to my voice. It's very relaxing, etc. I don't hear it. I've never liked the way I sound. I've come to grips with it, but I always thought I sounded like an educated hillbilly, which basically what I am, so I guess I should claim it. But when the publisher decided to bring it in an audiobook format, they hired a professional narrator to do it. And, I didn't have any say in it, and that was fine with me anyway. But I've gotten some backlash off that. People say, well, Steve, why didn't you narrate it? I mean, they didn't ask. So I will say, though, that on my channel, 13 Past Midnight, I have done my narration of a lot of those stories that are in the book.
Awesome. Awesome. So people can go to the YouTube channel and listen to some of the stories in the book there.
Yeah.
Well, that's awesome. So could you tell us some of the stories that are in the book? Could you tell us a story today?
Oh, sure. Pick one of my favorites. Oh, one, it happened to some cousins of mine. This was in Fentress County back in probably the late 20s, early 30s. Two sisters had gone out to pick berries. And now then we know, especially through David Paulides' work, that a lot of times berry fields and people out picking berries are the people that things happen to. But back then, and when I wrote this story, I didn't know that connection. But they'd gone out to pick berries and were out in the woods, and they were near an old railroad track that was at that point had gone out of use. And I think the rails had been ripped up, but it was just still the rail bed and the cross ties there. And so they're on this hill overlooking the railroad track, their old railroad bed. They're picking berries, had old lard buckets, some little tin lard pails that were used for everything in the South. Kids carried their lunches to school. Coal miners carried their lunches to work in it. It was just one of those things that when the lard was gone, you had a million uses for a tin bucket. Well, they're trying to fill their buckets up here, get back home. And the younger girl looks up at her older sister. She had said something to her and didn't get a response. She looks up at her sister, and her sister's just standing there staring off. And she calls her name, no response. Well, she looks down to where her sister's looking, and there on the old railroad bed is an old wooden coffin of the pine box variety floating along the railroad track. I said there was nothing under it, nothing over it, nothing, there to account for such a sighting. Excuse me, I've got seasonal allergies and have to clear my throat every little bit, but it scared them for sure. I mean, if you're a kid and you see a floating coffin, and they knew what it was, they dropped their berry pails. That was it for the berry picking, ran back to the house. And again, like I talked about, people in the South being very superstitious, their mother told them that it was some sort of a warning, that it was that most likely somebody was going to die. Mm-hmm. And sure enough, within, I think it was a week or two, there was a lady that lived in the direction where the track was and where the direction the coffin was headed to, that passed away unexpectedly. That was always their reasoning behind it, that it foretold the death of the neighbor lady. But to me, that's just frightening, just to see a coffin in the woods would be scary enough, but to see one that's floating with no visible means of support, and why along an old railroad track? I mean, of course, that's path of least resistance. If you had to go pilot a coffin through the woods, that would be the way to take it. It's along an old railroad bed, because there's nothing growing up there. You'd have a path. Beats me, man. I don't know. Yeah, but that was the story as it was told to me. Fascinating stuff.
So what do you think's going on in the woods? Do you think, I mean, obviously we've heard stories of Bigfoot, and David Paulides always talks about, the missing kids and missing people in the woods. What do you think's going on in there?
Oh, wow. I think it kind of overlaps, because you have so many things there. You have the missing people, you have Bigfoot, you have dogman encounters. Now I don't know if that's just being reported more is why it's at the fore, or if there's more of a prevalence of those sightings.
So what is a dogman exactly? You're talking about werewolf?
Yeah, it's basically a werewolf, but it's more canine than lupine, is the way I've heard it explained, that it's more like a dog than a wolf. But it kind of exhibits the same behaviors, and I don't think it's quite like the werewolf legends that all those came from Europe, Eastern Europe, where it's somebody that's cursed and the full moon turns them into a werewolf. Dogman seems to be its own creature, that it's not a person that transforms. It just is. I've heard stories of, there was one guy in the This might have been at Skinwalker Ranch. I don't remember. But a guy witnessed what appeared to be a portal. So it was just like a shimmering light, and it opened up, and then a dog man on 2 legs, no less, just kind of strolls out and walks off into the woods. So what on earth was that? So that makes me think they're visitors from another dimension.
Did it walk out on like 2 feet or 4 feet?
No, it walked out on 2 legs. It was on 2 feet. Now, I've never had that kind of visual encounter, but in a way I'd love to, and in a way I don't really want to. It's one of those things. You don't really know how you would react, but I think I'd like to see it as long as it didn't see me. So that was the thing. This this encounter, it didn't seem to notice the person watching it. So I don't know. I've never seen a Bigfoot. I've seen tracks. I currently live out in the Pacific Northwest. I'm in Oregon, just outside of Portland, and I've gone over into Washington State, which is just across the river. And there's a lot of areas over there that have been active historically and are still active. Mount St. Helens is one. The Gifford Pinchot National Forest is right there in the shadow of Mount St. Helens. A lot of Bigfoot sightings there. If you've ever heard the Ape Canyon legend, where the miners back in the 20s were attacked.
I haven't actually. Could you tell us that story?
Oh, sure. Yeah, there was some miners that were out there in the mid, maybe the late 20s. I'd have to look it up. But they encountered a tribe of Bigfoot. At the time, they just called them hairy men. They're in their vernacular, whatever. There wasn't any Sasquatch or Yeti or anything that they were aware of. But what they were describing is a Bigfoot or Sasquatch-like creature. Tall men that were covered in hair. That's a Bigfoot. But this was a group of them, and they had somehow angered these beasts. And
so they could have been Italians.
What's that?
They could have been Italians.
There you go. But the miners had holed up in this cabin because they were scared to death of these things, and they were under siege for, I think it was at least a day, maybe 2. The things would pound on the cabin and try to get in. And at one point, they described a fur or hair-covered arm reaching through a hole in the wall and trying to grab an axe. Finally, there was one of the miners that went outside, and he shot one that was up on a bluff below where the cabin was below. And he shot the thing, and it fell off the bluff. He said a good 200 or 300 feet and fell down into the canyon they were in there. And the next day they were able to get out of there. And that guy went on to write a book. It was, I want to say, I battled 8 men on Mount St. Helens or something like that. And if you look up Ape Canyon attacks, it's documented that way. But there's a group recently, I believe they're from California, paranormal group, that have been going up onto Mount St. Helens trying to locate this area where the cabin was. And last I heard, they think they found it. They thought what they believed to be the main beam for the roof of the cabin and some handmade nails and things, because the original cabin burned in the late 60s.
Yeah.
And, excuse me. And if they've located the area where the cabin was, which they're pretty sure of, this area it's too rough for logging or anything like that. So, and there's no homes or anything up there, so there wouldn't have been that many mine cabins around. If they have located the cabin, then they think that somewhere near that canyon, or near that cabin in the canyon there may be a skeleton from the one he claimed that he killed, that he shot and killed. So who knows? If they have the right address, maybe there's some Bigfoot evidence there that nobody's ever seen the likes of yet.
Yeah, you got to hope the Smithsonian didn't beat them out there, or they'll hide it in their little. Yeah,
from what I understand, it's very remote, and they're being very, very secretive with like the coordinates and things like that. They won't even say a lot about it, much less give out that kind of information. So, and I can understand that. Who wouldn't want to be the first one to discover a skeleton? But if they do find Bigfoot, I hope it's one like that that's already deceased. I hope that it's not one that they kill or that they take alive. Well, that would be the most horrible thing, because they're going to poke and prod it and draw blood and examine it, and then that would just be a terrible life if it is a sentient being like we led to believe in most cases.
Do you think they're interdimensional, or do you think that they're hiding in tunnels underground?
I think it's a little of both. I think that they have some sort of habitat out there. There's stories of them living in caves and being underground, but I don't know. Again, it's one of those things that I can see both sides of the argument for the interdimensional being and just some species that we're not familiar with that's really good at camouflage and staying hid. But I like to think maybe it's both, and maybe it is some sort of being or species that exists with us that we're not familiar with, but it also has some sort of ability to travel in a different way through space and time than we do. And we talked about that, how space and time are measured are ways that we've come up with that may not necessarily actually to apply the way things are that we don't know about. And when quantum physics and things like that, they've only recently proven or disproven things that have been theories for decades, in regards to that. So I think there's a lot of things where we still have a lot to learn scientifically.
Now, let me ask you a question. If you were hiking out in the woods, you said you were right there in Oregon, and Oregon itself, you don't even have to go to Washington, has tons of woods and things. So if you were out, say, near your house, and you were walking through your woods, you're just going for a day hike or whatever, and you stumbled upon a portal or somebody coming out of a portal, and we're like, hey, why don't you come with us, back through the portal here? We can't guarantee you'll ever come back here, but come on with us, and we'll check out all that's over here. Would you go?
Oh, I'd be tempted, especially after the year that we've had this year, all things considered. But it would be interesting. I mean, I would miss my family and things, but wow, talk about an adventure and chance of a lifetime. I honestly, I hope I'm never in that position, because I can't honestly say that I wouldn't go through it just to see what's on the other side.
Yeah, and then what would happen? You would be a missing person in the woods.
That's kind of what I thought, that maybe these people that go missing, and especially the cases where there's absolutely no trace. And I've heard people say, oh, well, there's predators out there, or they went out in the woods and took their own life. If you can find out a way to do that and not leave any evidence, I mean, even a predator, there'll be clothing, there'll be blood, there'll be possibly screams, following an animal attack. There's been people that have disappeared just almost within sight of other people, where they go around the corner and then they're never seen again. There's some supernatural element there, or something that we don't understand that's beyond our comprehension.
Yeah, it definitely makes you curious as to what's really going on. Now, how many people a year go missing? Just out in the woods. I don't mean missing, in general. I'm just talking about people like that go out for walks in the woods, or that just totally disappear. I mean, are there any stats on that?
I've seen some, and I can't recall the hard numbers off the top of my head, but it is astounding how many there are that go missing. And again, that's, the stuff like David Paulides looks into, where they rule out, accidental deaths and drownings and things like that. These are people that just vanish. And
and their cars are found at trailheads and things.
Cars
right?
are found. Sometimes they'll find, their campsite, or they'll find some things that are left behind. It's common for them to find clothing and shoes. Now, if you're lost in the woods, I don't think you're going to strip off or take your boots off. That, especially the boots. I can understand hypothermia. You're freezing to death, but you feel overheated. I can understand stripping some clothing off. But I've heard, weird stuff about where they find people's boots up in a tree or something like that. That makes me sound like you went up instead of wherever. So I don't really know. And then, there's other things. There's people that claim, well, there's serial killers that operate on the Appalachian Trail. Well, if they are, they're the most successful serial killer that's ever been, because how many victims have they claimed with no evidence, and then nobody's ever seen them, heard them, I don't think you could have 100% accuracy in any type of crime like that. Now, it may be a mixture of things. It could be human predators, animal predators, what some of the other theories about what goes on out there, that people that do take their own lives. But again, that's the thing. If you can figure out a way to do that and not leave any shred of evidence behind, then I don't think that's possible. There's going to be a body. There's going to be something left behind, even with animal predation.
So the stories about Bigfoot, I'm just curious, are they, you hear about Bigfoot in Oregon, you hear about Bigfoot in the Smoky Mountains, you hear about Bigfoot, in the Himalayas and in the, in Siberia and all these different places. Or do they all kind of look the same, or are there like different species of Bigfoot?
Well, I think there's different species to a degree, because like the Yeti and some of those that you have in the Himalayas, their fur is white or whiter. And, again, that's just probably natural camouflage. They've adapted to that environment. But I think they're all still related to some degree. And to me, that was one of the facts that always stuck to me about those hominids, creatures, whatever they are, is that all cultures seem to have them. You have them in the Himalayas, you have them in Japan, you have them in Australia. Here in the United States, you've got different variants. You've got the Sasquatch, which is a little different from Bigfoot, which is different from what they call the skunk ape in Florida. So it's just same flavors, different flavors of the same thing, I think, but it's all still somehow connected. It's a hair-covered human-like creature that walks upright or can walk upright. I saw some fascinating drawings the other day that a person had done from reporting where a Bigfoot was doing like a spider crawl thing, where it had its arms and legs spread out and was crawling along like a spider. Excuse me, tickling my throat. Now that to me, I mean, seeing Bigfoot would be bad enough, but if it had its legs all the way extended to where the torso was just a few inches off the ground and was able to ambulate like that, that would scare the daylights out of you.
Yeah, most certainly would. Excuse me, I gotta clear my throat too sometimes. So I guess what I'm trying to ask is that there's possibility that there's tunnels underground. Have you ever heard any stories of people using, I mean, we've got ground penetrating radar now. Has anybody gone over the forests in say Oregon or Washington and looked at the ground penetrating radar for any kinds of tunnels?
Not that I'm aware of. Now, that doesn't mean they haven't. I just may not be aware of it, but I think that'd be a good idea. And, they've used some of the heat-seeking radar and things like that in the missing person cases and the FLIR and some of those, the forward-looking infrared. But I've heard stories, particularly like Mount Shasta that I spoke of earlier, of tunnels and things there, and supposedly whole civilizations. Depending on which stories you listen to, there's a band of people called the Lemurians that were somehow from, I think, Atlantis, that made it to California, and they live inside the mountain, according to the local legends there. And there's been sightings of people that wear a lot of gold and dress in white robes and things. Maybe some sort of New Age cultists, or is it really a race of people that have figured out a way to live in there? There's supposed to have been people there that have stumbled across what they described as a tropical paradise inside the mountain, like they were making their way through a cave or cavern. In that place, it's the volcano tubes. So there's all kinds of whole maze of tunnels under Mount Shasta. It's, even though I think it's dormant, the USGS still considers it active, even though it hadn't erupted in hundreds of years. But supposedly somebody was going through those lava tubes and came out into a place where it was daylight. There was, tropical vegetation and fresh water and animals and things. But
well, that would be the inner Earth, I would imagine.
Yeah, isn't that fascinating?
What do you think about those stories? I had somebody who was in the star seeds and the inner Earth on the show not too long ago, and they're saying that there's dinosaurs that live down there, and it's all it's a whole hollow Earth, and It has its own sun. The Earth's core is its own sun, and man, it's an interesting theory. It definitely
Yeah,
is.
it boggles the mind. I've read some of those Hollow Earth books, and it kind of ties in with the Shaver mystery. He wrote extensively about Mount Shasta and those people and the lands inside the Earth. So it makes you wonder.
Yeah, she did mention Mount Shasta too as being one of the entrances to the inner Earth. She did say that.
Mhm.
Oh man, it's such an interesting world, to think that we've got all these different aliens coming around, Bigfoot and black-eyed kids and ghosts and shadow people, and goodness sakes, man, it just seems like
So a lot going on that either in an alternate dimension or one that coexists with ours. But that's the thing I enjoy about the paranormal. There's so many paths and so many rabbit holes you can chase down. And like I said, for me, it's been a lifelong adventure, and I'm still not close to any answers. If anything, I have more questions. And Cisco that we mentioned, she compares it to an onion, that the paranormal is like a giant onion. You peel back one layer, there's another layer right under that one, and it just goes on and on and on. And one time I asked her, well, what happens when you get to the middle of an onion? And I thought, well, probably more onion besides that. It's the paranormal. Who knows?
yeah. So not everything can be real, right? I mean, we have so many stories of the paranormal, but not everything could be real. I mean, wouldn't that just prove a lack of human imagination? What paranormal entity is out there that you think is just human imagination?
Well, that's an interesting thing too, especially if you believe in concepts like the tulpa, where you can take something that's not real and create it out of your mind. Um, like Slender Man, for example, that started out as just creepy stories on the internet, but then once it became a part of the consciousness of everybody, or to a great degree, a large number of people, then you start having sightings of it. You had the little girls, I can't remember where it was, that had planned to kill another classmate to sacrifice to
Yeah, I
Slender
remember
Man.
that. That was a frightening story for
Yeah,
sure.
they're like, what, 10, 11, 12 years old? Where do you come up with something like that? When I was 12 years old, I played kickball and watched cartoons. I didn't think, I'm going to murder my classmate because Slender Man wants me to. So I think there are things that don't exist, or things that can be perceived as one thing where your imagination can take over that are actually something else. And I've got a story like that in Strange Things in the Woods called The Light in the Coffin, another coffin story here. But this one, young man was seeing this girl that lived quite a ways away, courting, they called it down south. And Sunday evening, they'd been sitting on her porch. Got dark, came time for him to go home, and he thought, well, I can take the road, and it's going to be, a lot further than if I just cut through the woods, even though it's dark and spooky back there. Had to get up early the next morning, farm boy. Farm life starts before daylight if you have to milk cows and feed the chickens and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So he thinks, well, I'll just cut through the woods here and shave off some walk time. Well, somewhere along his walk in the woods, off to one side in the bushes there, he sees a coffin with a light in it. Well, it scares the daylights out of him. He takes off running. By the time he gets home, he's ran through briar patches. He's scratched. He's cut. He's bloody. He's ripped his good Sunday clothes. Gets there. He's all out of breath, scared to death. Bursts in, tells the family what he's seen. Well, his mother must have been like my grandmother. Instantly, well, it's an omen. It's a warning. It's important. Somebody's going to die. So scared this guy, and he starts getting worked up, afraid it's him since he's the one that saw the coffin with the light in it. And finally, the dad, who had a little more reasoning or wasn't quite so superstitious or however you want to look at it, says, okay, I've had enough. Come on, you're coming with me. We're going to go back and find this coffin in the woods. So reluctantly, he goes with his father. He takes him back out in the dark woods here. And sure enough, off in the bushes, he sees the light again. He's like, oh, there it is, there it is. Well, he stays there and won't go near it. The father wades through the bushes and the briars and gets over there. All of a sudden, he lets out just a hearty laugh. He's like, son, I want you to come here right now and see this. So again, reluctantly, the guy goes over there. It was an old tree that had been struck by lightning that had fallen down and kind of rotted out to where it was hollow. Inside the hollowed out part of the tree there that was exposed, there was a spider web, and in the spider web, there was a lightning bug. So there's your coffin, there's your light. It was the guy's imagination and walking through the scary woods. But he said if his father hadn't dragged him back out there and shown him what it was, that he felt like he probably would have died of fright that night, just convinced himself that he was going to die because of what he had seen. So there are things like that where the mind kind of fills in the blanks, and it makes you wonder because, it's like looking at the clouds or whatever. You can see a bunny rabbit and a dragon and all kinds of things if you study the clouds, but it's just your mind connecting those dots. So I think there are some things that aren't paranormal so much as they are imagination, but then there's other things that are not imagination whatsoever, like the black-eyed kids experience. I know I didn't imagine that. I know just as sure as I'm sitting here talking to you exactly what happened. I didn't mistake the way their eyes looked. They got close enough. I could see that their eyes were like lumps of coal.
Yeah, I remember being a kid. I think I was about 8 or 9 years old. I was laying in my bed, and I always slept with the blinds up. And I was looking out the window, and the driveway went by my window. I was looking out my window, and I could have sworn I saw an alien with glowing eyes staring at me through the window. And I just started screaming and yelling and calling for my mom, and my parents come running down into the room, and they're like, what? And I'm like, there's something out there. It's staring in my window. It's an alien. And they're looking out there like, what are you talking about? What's the matter with you? And sure enough, it was a couple lights reflecting off a hubcap that was shining into the window. And once that's what he's looking at right there. That's what he's seeing. And I kind of, they call me over, and I go over and look out, and sure enough, that's what it was. But
Yeah,
it certainly
mine
scared the
can't
crap
play
out of me
tricks
when I
on you
saw
like
it.
that. I remember one time I'd gone to sleep early. My girlfriend at the time had graciously done my laundry, brought it into the bedroom, and put it on the chair. Well, I woke up in the middle of the night and looked at the chair and just saw a form there, Oh, what's that? But it turned out I'm afraid of my own laundry, but didn't know that's what it was. So it is possible to be fooled, and if you don't take the time to look closely. But then there's other things that I don't think you want to look too closely, because if it is something real and it's supernatural or whatever, then it's probably something best left alone or ran away from.
Do you think that we're manifesting these things into becoming reality?
And I think it can happen. Again, if you subscribe to the theory of the tulpa, which that's not just a Cherokee thing. That's in a lot of different societies and things. There was a study at the University of North Carolina years ago where they had a parapsychology lab. They're one of the first universities in the country to have one, if not the first. And they decided to do a thing where they would create a ghost by sitting and talking about it. And they would meet, I think, weekly, if not more often, and they would describe this spirit and how it behaved and what it did and what it could do and what it couldn't do and things, to the point that it actually began to manifest. And there was a book written about it. I can't for the life of me remember the name of it right now, but it was a fascinating study. And I think we do have powers of our mind that we don't know about that could explain things like telekinesis and psychokinesis and things like that, where scientists claim that we only use 10% of the brain. Well, if you could use, 50% or 100% of your brain, what would you be capable of? Would you be able to send thoughts telepathically or move something across the room? Who knows? But I think that may play into it as well. There's even people that look at poltergeist cases, and a lot of times there will be a female child that's approaching puberty in houses that have a poltergeist. And one of the theories is that it's something that's going on because of this girl's changing metabolism and things that causes these outbursts that appear to be supernatural. Again, who knows? But it's something good to think about. Get a drink here. wet my throat. Another fascinating story is Walter Gibson. He's the man who created all the shadow stories in the old pulp magazines and the radio plays. Wrote hundreds of them, if not thousands. I think he wrote under the name Maxwell Grant, but the man's name was Walter Gibson. Had an apartment in Greenwich Village in New York City. And there would come a point where people at his dinner parties would see a character that looked like the Shadow. The Shadow's name in the series was Lamont Cranston. He wore a big black overcoat and a scarf and a slouch hat. Well, people started seeing the Shadow in Walter Gibson's apartment. And they were like, oh, what'd you do? Hire somebody to dress up like the Shadow? And he claimed that it was a psychic impression. Now, this was a man who was so prolific. He had, it's like 5 or 6 typewriters. And he would be working on a different story in each typewriter. And he would go from one to the other. No writer's block for him. He just jumped from story to story. And he claimed that it was a psychic impression created by all the literal blood, sweat, and tears he had poured into creating this character of the Shadow and all the adventures he'd sent him on. He said, my mind created him, and he's here. And Hans Holzer, later in the 60s, investigated that apartment. I'll send you the link, but there's a real interesting account of that online where Holzer went into the same apartment where they were having problems with the haunting, and it was the same apartment where Gibson claimed to have manifested the Shadow just from sitting and thinking and writing about it for hundreds and hundreds of hours.
Well, then that comes into question there, that if all of this disclosure that they're talking about on the news and UFOs in the news, and the more and more people believe it, the more and more becomes the possibility that we're actually going to manifest it into reality.
Yeah. So, it's one of those, it's, as Charles Fort said, one measures a circle beginning anywhere. Is it something we've created? Was it there? And by thinking about it, we've created more of them? Or, it's fascinating. It's one of those things that if you spend too much time thinking about it, I think you'll drive yourself crazy. But, but it's one of those things that's fun to think about. It's fun to conjecture about. And a lot of this stuff, I don't think we'll ever have any hard scientific answers.
Well, hopefully the aliens land during the Super Bowl. That would just be fascinating.
Yeah, I'm interested to see, because to keep hearing all this hints and rumors in the UFO community that something big is about to, there have to be some big disclosure coming. So I don't know. I've been waiting for it since the 60s, 70s.
Yeah, they've been talking about it a long time, and I think that once we see one thing, we're going to see it all.
Yeah, I think that if UFOs come into existence, then that's going to be, just more fuel for Bigfoot, for Dogman, for parallel dimensions, for psychic abilities, for beings from other planets, other star systems, and what. I think, like you said, it'll bring everything to a point, and that'll be just a big paradigm shift in everything, knowledge. But some of the theories and arguments make sense, that if you look at how far technology progressed in the last century, a lot of people claim that a lot of that was during the last half of the 20th century.
Yeah, and that's just the technology that we know about.
Right. The technology that's available on a consumer level. I've heard of some of the things that the technical stuff that the colleges and things are able to look at the super collider, the hadron or the hydro. I can't remember the name of the hadron collider.
Yeah, CERN.
CERN, yeah. What's going on there? There's people that claim that's somehow connected to the Mandela effect, that whatever they're doing is causing things in the past to change very minutely.
Yeah, they're talking about, they're creating black holes, little miniature black holes. What would that do?
Well, supposedly that's antimatter, and if it got out of control, that could be a doomsday scenario.
Oh my goodness! Or maybe it could have been that they've already done something that doomsdayed us. We just don't even know it.
That's another claim, that the Aztec calendar was right, that civilization as we know it actually ended in 2012, and all this that's gone on since and that we're in now is an alternate time stream.
Yeah, or this is all just a simulation now.
Yeah, keep hearing that we are in the Matrix. We live in the Matrix.
Yeah, it's just incredible to think about. Steve, you're a fascinating person, and we
Thank you.
definitely look forward to having you on again. Do you want to tell everybody where they can find you?
Sure, absolutely. Again, you can find my books on Amazon and wherever fine books are sold. My publisher told me to say that. Strange Things in the Woods and My Strange World. The first one, stories I've collected. The second one, my own stories. I'm on YouTube at 13 Past Midnight, which is my personal channel. And then I'm the co-owner over at Missing Persons and Mysteries. Our main focus there is missing persons cases, but on the mysteries part of the name, we delve into some deep, dark rabbit holes, shadow people. Right now, the subscriber, the listener stories are big. We're up to like 7 volumes of listener stories, and some of the stories that people send in are just amazing. So a lot going on over there. I'm on Facebook, Steve Stockton 8181. You can also reach me at that email address, stevestockton81@gmail.com. And I'm on Twitter at Strange and Odd, all one word. And I love hearing from people, love hearing about personal encounters. And that's part of the joy of this, is connecting with other people that have had experiences. And when you have to do stuff like I do and go on shows like this, it helps other people open up. I had so many people come to me and say, well, I was afraid to talk about this, for fear of ridicule or people thinking I was crazy or being judged by it. But, I don't do any of that. I love to hear the stories, just things that I've seen personally. I can't judge anybody and what they say. I take their stories for the truth. I'm not a researcher. I don't go out and vet anything. I'm a storyteller. I like passing on the legend. I love legend tripping, going to those places, not looking for anything other than just to bask in the ambiance of whatever's happened there.
Yeah, there's everybody has their own story, and you should get it out there. And if you need to keep your story a secret, I'm sure Steve will keep it a secret. As far as if you want your story to be told and you want to remain anonymous, I'm sure that Steve will respect that, won't you, Steve?
Yeah, absolutely. Probably more than half of the stories that I do on the channel there are anonymous. Sometimes, though, once they see the reaction in the comments and they get a little comfortable with that, they'll actually join into the comment section and say, hey, I was the one that sent in this story. Thanks for your feedback. And what do you think about this, that, and the other? So it's a way of connecting people that have had, if not similar experiences, just have similar feelings about those experiences, and kind of fostering a community there that's of like-minded people that are open-minded toward the paranormal and the supernatural. I think that's important.
Awesome. And thanks very much, Steve, for coming on. We'll be right back on Conflict Radio right after this. Welcome back to Conflict Radio. That's going to do it for us today. Remember, you can always find us online, www.conflictradio.net. Everything is uploaded there. That is uploaded on our YouTube channel, the Conflict Radio Network. You can also find us on Spreaker, Apple iTunes, and your normal podcast catchers. That's going to do it for us today. We'll be back on Thursday night with another show. Batten down the hatches and be safe. I guess I got to unmute myself before I start talking, huh? All right, guys, that's going to do it for these 3 episodes, and we're going to knock out the first edition of Conflict Radio Best of Season 1. Remember, we will be back May 2nd at 7:30 Eastern Time with the brand new season. Season 2 is going to be starting on May 2nd. And we're going to do another 3 episodes later on tonight. I hope everyone's enjoying, a flashback at what we've done, what I consider some of my best episodes. And I hope that everybody enjoys the day. Remember, batten down the hatches and be safe.